Good morning, everyone. Before we get started with today's hearing, I'd like to ask if Ms. Culpepper, would you lead us in a word of prayer this morning?
Let's all bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today, thanking you for a beautiful day. And we ask that you guide us in our decisions today. Keep your hands upon all that are here and give us the ability to make clear decisions. And we give thanks each day for your grace. In your name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Just to tell you a little bit about our board, the board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel of the board with an alternate who will not be participating in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning this case. I'd like to introduce our board members. I'll start with myself, Janelle Moody, RN. Janie Clayton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN. Carly Walker, LPN.
And then our Assistant Attorney General, Ms. Kristen Love.
Good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer for today's hearings. The first matter on the docket is case number 2023-1165 involving the licensee, Ms. Kathy
Chapen. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kathy Chapen, license number R-922279. Again, I'm Kristen Love, and I'll serve as the hearing officer today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. The members of the board hearing panel have introduced themselves, and now will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And the licensee, Ms. Kathy Chapen, are you present?
Yes, I am Kathy Chapen.
And Ms. Chapen, are you represented by counsel?
No, I'm not.
Because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
Yes.
Do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes.
To have this board issue subpoenas on your behalf?
Yes.
Understanding all of this, you wish to proceed today without counsel representation?
Yes.
Now, for our court reporter, who's present and transcribing everything we say today, I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony.
Dwayne Jameson.
Ms. Chapen, will you testify on your own behalf today?
Yes.
So at this time, the court reporter will.
Your Honor, if I may, Ms. Dr. Priscilla Burks will also testify.
All right, good morning. The court reporter is going to swear all 3 of you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B11 be admitted into the record, and also R1 through R3, I believe it's Ms. Chapen's exhibit she submitted. And we would request those be under seal because they have some patient information, if there's no objection to that.
So Ms. Chapen, do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits proposed by board counsel?
No.
And board counsel, do you have any objections of the exhibits proposed by Ms. Chapen?
I do not.
All right, and do either of the parties have any issue with the exhibits being admitted under seal?
Do not.
No, Your Honor.
So the exhibits offered by board counsel and Ms. Chapen are admitted into the record. All right, so we'll proceed as follows. Have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, and allow for questioning. And then at the conclusion of the presentations of both arguments, we'll have closing statements. And we have multiple witnesses, so I just want to ask if the rule excluding non-testifying witnesses, if you want that invoked today, either party.
I do not, Your Honor.
Yes, Steve.
No.
All righty. All right, We can begin now with opening statements, beginning with board counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Chapen was first licensed as an RN in December of 2022. Approximately 1 year later, she was working in the emergency department at St. Dominic Hospital in Jackson when her care of a patient resulted in that patient being intubated and sent to the ICU. The oncoming nurse reported that upon receiving the patient, she noticed that several of the medications ordered had not been given, and also that the patient's vitals had not been charted since midnight. This was despite the vitals being ordered for every hour. The patient was not on the monitor, and the patient had a temp of 104, heart rate of 187, and was satting at 83%. The facility placed Ms. Chapen on administrative leave pending an investigation. 3 days later, she was allowed to return to work and was placed on a performance improvement plan. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Chapen as it sees fit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Chapin. This is your opportunity now to give it's just a brief opening statement, providing the evidence that you plan to, talk about later, in support of your case. So if you want, it's optional, but I'm giving you an opportunity to do it now if you want to.
I don't know what to say, honestly. This is all very new to me. I don't know what to say. I mean,
Ready. So we'll begin now with board counsel's case. Mr. Walker, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Mr. Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jameson, Harris County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since March of '91.
And can you tell us what it is that you do here at the board?
I'm the director of the Criminal Background Checks Division as well as the Investigative Division.
So as part of your job here at the board, do you investigate complaints against licensees?
Yes,
If you would you turn to page 4 and ID that document for the record, please?
this is P3, and this is a license verification form.
And when does it say that, who's that license verification form for?
Kathy Chapen,
When does it say that she was first licensed?
December 16th, 2022,
And what was she licensed in December?
registered nurse.
Okay, if you would turn over to page 7. Can you ID that document for us?
This is a copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us what the charges in that complaint are that are listed against Ms. Chapen?
Okay, charge 1 is that the respondent has negligently, willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. And charge 2 is that respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care.
All right, thank you. In that complaint, does it list any facts to support those charges against Ms. Chapen?
It does.
Can you kind of summarize those or read them for the record, please?
Okay. While the respondent was employed at St. Dominic Hospital in Jackson, Mississippi in the emergency department on or about December 4th, 2023, when she received a patient that was determined to be DKA, the patient repeatedly tried to leave this room and was deemed to have an altered mental status. The patient had to be put in restraints and orders were given by the MD for sedative medication to calm the patient. When respondent handed off patient to the oncoming nurse discovered several issues. Several meds were ordered but had not been given by the respondent. The oncoming nurse also discovered that the patient was not on the monitor. The BP cuff and O2 probe were on, but not connected to anything, and vitals had not been charted since midnight. The oncoming nurse hooked up the heart monitor, oxygen, and BP cuff. The patient had a temp of 104.4, a heart rate of 187, and the patient's oxygen saturation was at 83%. Patient was also left restrained the entire time. The patient had to be intubated and was sent to ICU. On or about December 5th, 2023, respondent was placed on administrative leave pending an investigation. On or about December 8th, 2023, respondent was formally disciplined by the facility and placed on a performance improvement plan.
All right, thank you. If you would, turn all the way over to page 143. It's gonna be smart to B7. Can you identify this document for the record?
This is a statement from Shannon Wallace to Joseph Easterling.
Okay, so it was sent from Shannon Wallace, you said?
That's correct.
And can you tell us, excuse me, what date Ms. Wallace sent this?
On Tuesday, December 5th, 2023.
And in that statement, does she say who gave her report when Ms. Wallace, when she arrived at work?
She does. She indicates it was Kathy Chapen.
Okay. And when she got to work, what did she discover when she looked at the chart in terms of medication that was administered?
According to her statements, it says when looking in the chart, there were several meds that were ordered and due for sepsis, which would have been very beneficial to the patient considering that his temp was 104.4 when checked appropriately.
And does she say in there why she hadn't given the meds? What she was told?
Basically, she said her answer to not giving the meds was that she didn't have anywhere to give them.
Okay. And you said that she said the patient's temp was 104?
104.4.
Okay, if you go over to that next page of her statement, what does she say about the status of that patient being hooked up to any monitors or any oxygen?
But the patient was not on the monitor. He had a BP cuff and an O2 probe on him, but was not connected to anything.
Okay, do you see where in her statement where it says after hooking him up to oxygen? About the third line down?
Yes.
If you would, start reading there and I'll stop you.
After hooking him up to oxygen, heart monitor, and BP cuff, patient was setting 83% with a heart rate of 187. JPA was consulted and patient was placed on non-rebreather. Not long after patient was intubated due to his respiratory distress and critical ABGs. Patient was on coating blanket and in addition iced down because of his temperature. When I brought the patient up to ICU, he was still in critical condition.
Okay, stop right there. Thank you. So according to this oncoming nurse's statement, he wasn't hooked up to any monitors or any oxygen. Vitals weren't taken as they were ordered, and he had a temp of 104. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then he went to the ICU, or this patient went to the ICU.
Yes.
Okay, if we look, that next page is 145. Can you, for the record, state who sent this email?
This email was sent from Daniel Woods.
And does it say anywhere on there who Mr. Woods is?
It does. He's the Senior Director of Emergency Services and Hospital Throughput with St. Dominic's Jackson Memorial Hospital.
Okay, and what date was that email sent by Mr. Woods?
The date on this one is Wednesday, December 13th, 2023.
All right. And in that first paragraph, can you tell us what Mr. Woods says about how often those vitals were documented?
According to Mr. Woods, it was noted the nurse only recorded one set of vitals on this patient during the duration of his stay during her shift.
And what does he say about the care that that patient received and the documentation on the patient?
Basically that it fell below the standards of the hospital.
Does it talk at all about the patient being restrained?
It does say that the nurse failed to remove the restraints after the patient settled down.
Okay. So apparently he wasn't calm. Is that what you gathered from that?
I'm not sure as to what that meant.
Okay, that's fine. If you will you just read that second paragraph for us?
Shortly after the handoff occurred, the receiving nurse and the ED noted the patient's equipment not connected to the monitor, and upon connecting it, recognized the patient's vitals to be abnormal and alerted the ED physician. Approximately 45 minutes after the handoff, the patient's SATs continued to decline and was intubated and stabilized quickly. The patient was moved to ICU shortly afterward.
So does that kind of corroborate that statement we looked at from Ms. Wallace, the oncoming nurse?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And according to this email, I believe it says it in the bottom paragraph there, but what did the facility do as far as discipline to Ms. Chapen?
They did formally discipline her and placed her on a performance improvement plan.
And if you will, you turn over the next page, on 146. The bottom of that 146, can you identify that for the record, please?
Bottom, this is an email statement from Cat C.
Okay. And can you see on 147, what is it? Did she mention the patient being restrained?
She didn't mention specifically restraint, but she did mention I charted the restraint assessment and passed on to Shannon.
And when did she say anything about when those restraints could be removed? I believe it's about the third sentence up or second sentence up from the bottom. In there.
It does indicate here that the doctor wanted the restraints removed as soon as the agitation settled.
Okay. Does she mention anything at that point about the patient's vitals in this statement
No,
or his temperature at all? Is it mentioned in the statement?
no, it's not.
But in her statement, does she talk about the patient requesting any cold rags?
Yes.
Okay. You're gonna have no further question for the witness.
Ms. Chapen, at this time, if you have any questions, you may ask. Mr. Opportunity to cross-examine him. So
I don't have any questions. I mean, I agree with everything that's been stated so far.
board council. I'm sorry. Members of the board hearing panel, do you have any questions for Mr. Jameson? And
I turn to the witness, John.
you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Priscilla Burks. Dr. Burks, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Priscilla Burks, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And can you tell us how long you have worked for the Board of Nursing?
4.5 years.
And what is it that you do here at the board?
I'm the Director of Practical Nursing Education.
And are you a licensed nurse as well?
Yes,
Can you tell us how long you've been licensed?
25 years,
And you also have your doctorate, is that correct?
correct.
So is it fair to say that you're familiar with reading patient charts and any patient documents?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with Ms. Chapen's case?
Yes.
Okay. So with that being established, let's go over to page 23. Okay, can you tell us first what we're looking at here? Can you identify this for us?
Okay. Page 23 is a list of orders that have been placed in the system at St. Dominic by the healthcare provider.
Okay, and on this page, on page 23, do you see an order for restraints? I believe it's toward the bottom of the page.
Yes, there's an order for a restraint.
And can you tell us for the record what time that order was received?
That order was received at 17:36, which is, well, 12/4/23, 17:36, which is 5:36.
So did Ms. Chapen receive an order for restraints that she placed on the patient?
No, this order was replaced by Ms. Kimberly Wade, RN.
Okay. So if you flip on, I think on the next page, on page 24, is that why there's a note that says not able to backtrack? Can you speak to that?
Yes, there's an order comment that says patient needed restraints for intubation to prevent from pulling lines. Restraints started at 0800, not able to backtrack order. That means they're not able to go back in the system and make an adjustment to that order that was placed at that particular time.
Okay, so what can you tell us about the order? For example, how long is it last, who issued it, and when?
That order was placed by Gary B. Boggs, nurse practitioner, and it was continuous for 1 day.
Let's look at another order. This one's gonna be on page 50. Are you there?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see an order for any vital signs?
yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what condition did the doctor note? Well, first off, how often were those vitals ordered?
The vital signs were ordered every hour.
Okay. And what condition did the doctor note that the patient was in to justify that vital sign order?
On 12/4/23 at 2:21 in the morning, the doctors stated the patient condition as critical.
And on page 54, if you'll flip over there for me. Do you see another order for vitals kind of at the top of the page?
Yes,
And can you tell us on this order, how often those vitals were ordered to be taken?
on 12/4/23 at 01:31, Dr. Gretchen Montgomery ordered vitals for every 1 hour.
So now we've seen 2 orders for vitals to be taken every hour. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I want to look back at this statement from the oncoming nurse with you. I think it's on page 143 and 144. Are you there?
I am.
She said that the patient wasn't hooked up to any monitors, including heart, oxygen, and blood pressure cuffs. And she goes on to say that when she hooked up the patient, he was satting at 80%. Can you tell us kind of what that means and on a scale of good to bad, if you will, for attorney, how bad is that?
Oxygen saturation, the normal is 95 to 100%. So when an individual is at 83%, or if they're less than 90, it's considered hypoxia. And with the hypoxia, what is occurring is oxygen is not able to perfuse to the tissues properly. So
Okay.
that would have been considered a critical number at 83%.
All right, thank you. And she also states that his heart rate was 187. That's good as well? Is that bad?
The normal heart rate is 60 to 100, so a rate of 187 would be considered tachycardia. And again, with that heart rate elevated to that level, it would interfere with the perfusion of blood to the organs as well. And that would be a critical number as well.
So 2 critical numbers so far.
Yes.
And she also mentioned that the temp was 104. When it's that high, what should be done from a nursing standpoint?
The normal temperatures are 98.6. So when you have a temperature at that level, the nurse would do what's considered a focus assessment. A focus assessment is first you would repeat it to make sure that that temperature is actually correct. Once that temperature is correct, you start looking at what could be the common cause, and this is what we call nursing intervention. You would look at what would cause this. So then you would look at, did the person have a chest X-ray? A chest X-ray would indicate if they possibly had any infiltrates, if they had pneumonia. Were there any blood cultures taken? Blood cultures would indicate that there was an infection going on. You would also look at the complete blood count, which is your CBC. You look at your white count because that would be indicative of infection. So you would start looking to see where did this infection or an inflammation come from, because that's what that temperature would be indicative of. The second thing that you would do is look at your doctor's orders or your healthcare provider orders to see if there's any medications ordered. Traditional, most common is Tylenol. There are some other things outside of medications you could do. For example, you could offer the person a cool towel. So in terms of nursing interventions, those are some things that the nurse would do.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Burks. So if you will, on page, let's go all the way back to page 116. I know, I'm sorry, I got you flipping pages.
Okay.
Can you tell us what's on page 116 here? Do you see any antibiotics listed? Let me put it that way.
Yes, 116, this page is the list of medications as well. There's 3 antibiotics listed. It's vancomycin, that start was 12/4/23 at 04/15. There was an order for Zosyn, 12/4/23 at 0:14 as well, and Levaquin, start 12/4/23 at 0:14,
Okay,
4:15.
okay. Does it appear that Ms. Chapen administered any of these antibiotics to this patient?
The initials on those dosages was KW. And that was 12/4/23 at 7:22.
And were you able to establish what Ms. Chapen's initials would have been had she administered that?
It would have been KC.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Pardon me. Now, Ms. Chapen's statement, she states that the patient was continually requested cold rags. In your professional opinion, what would that indicate to you? And would it have done anything to help that high temperature?
The person indicating or requesting a cool rag, that person was attempting possibly to cool themselves. And what a cool rag does is it causes vasoconstriction at that particular area. And with that, it disseminates that heat of the person's body to cool them down, which is a part of what we call thermal regulation.
So it would have helped.
Yes.
Okay. Now the oncoming nurse, as we discussed, said that the vitals hadn't been taken as they were ordered. And she also stated the last time they were taken was sometime around midnight. If you flip over, if you will, to page 137.
Okay.
Can you confirm if that's the case by looking at this record, Dr. Bucks?
On page 137, there is a temperature taken at 12/3/23 at 23:54 by MV, and that temperature was 100.2 at that time.
Okay. And that doesn't appear, does it appear anywhere else that was done?
The next time the temperature was taken, well, there was no temperature taken for that person after that time.
Okay. So based on what you've seen on this page and the record that we've looked at, had Ms. Chapen been regularly checking vitals, would it hurt this patient's temperature been at 104? Is that if the medication had been given and the vitals been taken?
Well, if the vitals had been taken, because they were ordered every 1 hour, it would have been able, or the nurse would have been able to see the trend. And trends is, was it a decrease or was it a decline? Because if there was intervention such as the antipyretics, then we would expect there to be a decline. However, even without any type of interventions, it still would have gave you that range where you could have saw that this person's temperature was steadily going up, which would have created or put the nurse on a pathway to find other interventions for the client.
So because we can't see a trend, nothing was taken, we can't see a trend.
That's correct. We can't see a trend because nothing was done.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Burks. Your Honor, I rest.
Thank you. Give Ms. Chapen an opportunity if she wants to cross-examine Ms. Burks. I'm sorry, Dr. Burks.
On page 143, the statement from Ms. Wallace talking about the vital signs and how she hooked them up and discovered the temperature and the pulse. I'm not seeing in the documentation on 139 indicates that she did this at shift change. It looks like the temperature she's speaking of was between 8 and 8:10 in the morning, which was an hour and 20 minutes after shift change.
Give me that page number again.
139. I'm not seeing any documentation anywhere close to the shift change that we exchanged information and that she stated that she hooked the patient up that corroborates that statement.
And what time could you repeat the time you say you saw?
I'm showing on page 139, between 8 and 8:10 are some of the vitals that she stated. She
Okay,
discovered at shift change, but we had shift change at 6:40. These vitals were entered between 8 and 8:10.
because I see one on page 138 where she took the temperature KW. And it was 104 at that particular time.
And what time was that?
And it was on the road at 8:45.
In the morning?
Yes,
We have shift change at 6:40. So that would be 2 hours after shift change that she discovered that.
and she may have discovered it, but at that particular time, he still had a temperature. And when it was taken at midnight, he still had a low-grade temperature, which had not been addressed according to the nurse's notes or to the chart. Because on page 137, at 12/3/23, right before midnight, that was 100.2, which is considered a low-grade temperature. And according to this documentation, there's no interventions or there's no additional temps taken with the vital signs of Q1 hour to reflect an upward trend.
No further questions on that.
Any redirect, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the hearing panel for Dr. Burks?
I tender the witness, Your Honor. State rest.
Ms. Chapen, the state has investigated, and now is your opportunity.
Shortly before midnight on the 3rd, I believe it was, patient came in complaining, mother thought that he was having fentanyl withdrawals. Patient stated that he had taken some fentanyl just prior to coming to the ER, and she wanted to get him checked out. As I am hooking the patient up to the monitors, he's very agitated, asking repeatedly to leave. I did smell a sweetness type odor, and as all nurses know, that's sometimes most likely indicative of DKA. So I asked the patient and the mother whether he was a diabetic, and the mother said yes, he was. About that time, Dr. Montgomery came in. I relayed to her the information that the mother had told me and the patient told me, and then what I had observed already. She immediately placed orders, blood work, ABGs, while I did initially start an IV on him. Blood work came back that he was in DKA. They ordered in the DKA protocol, if I remember correctly, it was insulin and half normal saline, I believe. I did start a second IV on him and get those medications started. The mother left shortly after that, said that she had a sick child at home that she needed to get back to. And I ensured that her number was on file. I had an ICU patient a couple of doors down. She was stable. The charge nurse said she would kind of keep an eye on that patient so I could move from the desk by the ICU patient to his desk, so I could have eye on him at all times. After the mother left, patient became more agitated. We did have oxygen on him initially. He kept taking it off, then kept asking for me to put it back on. After several times, I did show him how to put it back on because I was in and out of other patients' rooms as well. He did ask for a cold rag, said it made him feel better. I gave him one several times. He kept asking for me to put it on him. I did several times, and then he was able to take it on and off as he felt the need to. He also asked for ice chips and water several times, which I did give him until he vomited, and then became a concern of possible aspiration because he was so agitated and up and down off the bed, in and out of the bed as well. So we withheld that. The doctor agreed to withhold that as well. That went on for several hours. Every time I tried to take his blood pressure, get his all of his vitals, he kept fidgeting with the pulse ox so it wouldn't take. It came off several times. I had to replace it several times. Blood pressure monitor, he kept flating his arms and it wouldn't take a blood pressure because of his agitation. This went on for several hours. Again, I kept eyes on him at all time. He was never in any distress that I could tell. Charge nurse also came in several times, made sure that everything was okay. She didn't feel that there was any type of immediate distress with him. Dr. Begg did allow me to give him some, I believe, Versed to try to calm him down. It only helped just for a few moments, around, I'm going to guesstimate 5 o'clock, 5:30, with the suggestion of the charge nurse to contact Dr. Begg again, which was the hospitalist, to get further orders. He told me to go ahead and give another dose of Versed and that he would come down shortly. Shortly after that, I take that back. Shortly before that, he attempted to leave. He took himself off of all of his medications and tried to leave the ER. Would you have to press buttons to get out of the ER? And a couple of the nurses redirected him back and immediately came to the room that I was in to let me know that he had tried to leave. It was suggested that maybe we should do restraints to try to keep him in the bed, so we could get his medications. He did state over and over again during that time as well that he needed to leave. He needed to get more fentanyl. He didn't want to be there. We did place him in soft restraints, but he was able to sit up at the end of the bed. He was not, he wasn't tied down to where he couldn't get up. Immediately after I did that, I documented the restraints assessments like we're supposed to, and I messaged the hospitalist to let him know that he tried to leave, wanted to leave, that I had placed the restraints and asked him what he wanted me to do next. He told me to go ahead and give that dose of Versed and that he would come evaluate the patient. I gave that dose of Versed. It didn't really help him at all. Shortly after that, Dr. Bates did arrive, examine the patient, assess the patient. He didn't see, by the best of my knowledge, he didn't see any immediate concern that we needed to take any action immediately. I did tell him about the continued inability to get vital signs on him, the inability to give the medication because he was so agitated, didn't want me to do anything else with him. He told me that he would, he told me that he was going to adjust that order for me until we could get him settled down. He told me that as soon as the agitation subside, to remove those restraints, which is what I did relay to the oncoming nurse. He also stated that if the Versed didn't work and he didn't calm down, that I could get an order for Precedex, which in the documentation, it does show that I did place that order, but a shift change that Precedex had not arrived yet from the pharmacy. So within an hour of shift change, Dr. Bay had assessed the patient. At shift change, I did let Shannon know that what Dr. Bay had told me, the interaction that I had with him all night, and that I was unable to get those vital signs due to his severe agitation. She looked in, the door was open the whole time. She looked in on him. I'm going to assume she didn't see any immediate concern for immediate action at shift change. I told her that I did document the restraints, that Dr. Bay had ordered those, the Precedex, and that was the end of that. Shortly in that afternoon, the manager contacted me to get a statement from me, and I told him, also sent him the email. After the administrative leave, pending the investigation, I met with both managers, and they stated that the main concern was that I didn't follow through with the order, with the policy. The policy on the restraints is the doctor should have a restraint order placed within 1 to 2 hours, and it's constant observation. I did fail on that part as far as not making sure that order was placed before I left. I'm just not one of the nurses that places orders for the hospitalist because they're not directly in front of me. So that's why I didn't place the order, because I don't have a habit of placing orders on behalf of doctors if they're not in front of me. The ER is different. They're right in front of you when you place those orders and they immediately sign off on them. So that I did fail on, is not making sure that that order was placed before I left, as well as that modification of the antibiotics as well. And that's all I have for now.
Ms. Chapen at Board Council may have some questions for you now.
Sure.
We're hearing him.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Chapen, can you tell us your educational background, where you attended school?
I attended Hines for paramedic. I have my paramedic license as well. And then I went to Holmes in Grenada for my nursing.
When was that?
My nursing was 2021 through December of 2022. So January 21 through December 22
That's when you were first licensed in December 2022?
as a nurse, correct?
Can you tell us where all you worked? I know St. D, but where have you worked as a nurse other than at St. Dominic's?
St. Dominic was my first nursing position after nursing school, and I currently work in the cath lab at Merritt River Oaks.
And at St. Dominic's, you were in the ER, is that correct?
That's correct.
At either of those two places, other than this instance here, have you had any disciplinary action,
No,
any issues?
no,
So at this point in time, you had been a nurse for like a little less than a year, is that correct?
that's correct.
And I'm not trying to make you repeat yourself, so I apologize. I may have missed it. You said, that you didn't follow policy when you put the restraints on the patient. Did I understand that correct?
No, I didn't follow through at the end of it. I didn't make sure that the restraint order was there before I left. Even though that I voiced that Dr. Begg placed the orders, they knew that. It's just, I know the saying goes, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. But I just didn't make sure that the order was there before I left.
So you put the restraints on, but you didn't have the order yet.
Correct. And that's a lot of the case in the ER is that you put the restraints on and then you get that order within the hour or whatever the policy states at the time.
So we looked at, and Dr. Burks, and during her testimony, touched on this, that none of the vitals were taken as they were ordered for every hour.
No.
Did you notice that the patient, and she also touched on this, that the doctor noted that the patient was in critical condition? That was why those vitals were ordered? Is that correct? Every hour?
I'd rather not assume of why. Usually with DKA, it's usually always listed as critical.
But he was listed as critical?
That's correct.
And what was the reasoning? You said, again, you may have said this, but that none of the vitals were taken as they were ordered.
The patient wouldn't allow me to take the vitals. He cursed me numerous times. He grabbed me, it's even in my statement that he grabbed me on several occasions. The charge nurse even witnessed the verbal abuse from the patient.
So in an instance like that, where you're having a hard time getting vitals, but they've been ordered, and obviously the patient was documented as being in critical, what should be done in order to get vitals?
You try to give medication to calm him, which we were attempting to do for several hours. And that's why I moved from the seat further away from him to closer to him so I could keep eyes on him to make sure that he wasn't any distress.
So you just couldn't get the vitals on, is what you're saying?
Correct. Yes, sir. He was flailing his arms around and it kept timing out and he kept picking at the oxygen saturation, kept taking it off.
And in your statement, you just referenced your statement. You said that he continually requested a cold rag. Why did you think that was?
When he first came in, he was extremely agitated and he told us that it made him feel better. I do know that he had the low-grade fever, but I'm not going to speculate whether it was because of the fever.
Did you ever give him a cold rag?
Yes, several times.
So you knew he had a low-grade fever. You stated that, correct?
Correct.
So that was kind of your thought, that he may have a low-grade fever and he was agitated?
He was just extremely agitated. I hate to speculate at exactly why.
But it was shown when it was documented that by 8:30 that morning, it was already at 104. Was that right?
Correct. An hour and a half after shift change.
Do you think if the vitals have been charted, Dr. Burks talked about a trend. Do you think if you had been able to chart vitals or had charted the vitals, we would have seen a trend and the patient may not have ended up in the ICU?
Again, I hate to speculate. It is possible.
So you said that the patient was put in restraints, correct?
Correct.
So how was he able to, when the nurse came on shift, she said that nothing was hooked up. How was he able to unhook that if he was in restraints?
This was before. He was still kept flailing his arms around to where every time the blood pressure took, it would time out. And he kept picking at the O2 sensor on his finger to get it off.
So if he was in restraints, could he reach those?
In his fingers, yes. I know she stated that the blood pressure cuff was not hooked up. It was hooked up, it just wasn't taking, so it couldn't be documented.
And what about the other monitors? I believe she said the heart monitor and the oxygen.
The oxygen, yeah. He wouldn't allow me to put anything else on him. He said it made him more claustrophobic, made him feel more agitated, and said it made him feel more nervous.
So the facility put you on a performance plan. Can you tell us what that was, or what you had, or what that entailed?
To the best of my knowledge, it was reviewing the policy on the restraints, um, reviewing documentation policy, because I should have documented any time that I tried to take the vitals and wasn't able to, I should have documented why on each occurrence. That I understood when they explained that to me. And then on the medication, again, medication documentation, making sure, like I said, I didn't make sure that that order was modified before I left.
Do you think there's anything you could have done? Because this patient went to the ICU according to the records. Do you think there's anything you could have done differently to prevent that from happening? Excuse me.
I feel like I did everything that Dr. Begg asked me to do in the order that he asked me to do it. I believe there's always, in hindsight, there's always something you could do, but I'd hate to say that looking back that there's something specific I could have done differently. I think I did the best that I could with what I had.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Statement at this time, members of the board here, may have some questions.
When you were ordered to take vital signs every hour, and you said that he wouldn't be still
Yes, ma'am.
agitated. Is there a place in there that you can read text like unable to obtain? Did you do any of that?
No, ma'am, I did not. I kept trying to get the vitals on him. And like I said, that was one of the concerns from the managers on the documentation, said that that I should have at least documented that part. That way there wasn't a lot of question. Even though they had people, other nurses that corroborated what I said, it's still, as far as documentation wise, going forward to be sure to document better. And I did understand that once they explained that.
Did he progressively get worse while you were there?
No, he remained the same in my opinion, remained the same. The agitation was kind of up and down. He would kind of settle for a few minutes and then he would get riled up again and start flailing around on the bed. And like I said, even at one time he tried to leave. I've been a medic since 2019. I'm still a medic as well.
And you know a little bit about DKA?
Yes, ma'am.
And how it's kind of a vicious,
Correct.
it's hard to treat. And do you think that some of that disease process could have been causing him to act the way he was?
It's possible, but I do remember his mother stating that he had severe anxiety and that he gets like this often, usually when has not taken his fentanyl or had not gotten fentanyl.
Did you try to, like when we're in a truck and you're bouncing up and down in a truck and trying to get vital signs, sometimes you have to physically hold the arm still?
Correct. I did feel like the more I messed with him, the more agitated he got, and I was trying to decrease his agitation so we could get those restraints off of him as well. I spent a good amount of time in the room throughout the shift talking to him, trying to calm him down, and nothing was working.
What about a pulse? Did you try a manual pulse?
I did several times. I didn't document the way I should have, the way I could have rather.
And so if you got a manual pulse and you noticed that increasing.
It remained about the same the whole time that I had him, like in the 130s. I think the highest maybe was 140, but he came in tachycardic, somewhat tachypneic.
So I see a pulse here at 2354 on 12/3 of 142. How old was this patient?
In his 20s, I believe.
It was 142, even normal?
Not at all.
again, I understand an agitated patient. But also we got to have some sort of vital signs.
I understand.
That's the way we trend.
Mhm.
That's the way we figure out how this body's reacting to his disease process.
Mhm.
And from, anyway, did you do any other type of assessment in this chart where you couldn't get to vital signs, but did you look at anything else that was actual physical assessment that might can clue you in? This Hale, was he?
It wasn't.
Do anything, notate anything along those lines?
I'm not sure if any of it was notated or not, because this view is different than what I would see on my side in the chart, but I mean, it wasn't a continued, the assessment for that is different in the ER than it is on the floor as far as documenting skin and all that. But as far as physical, looking at him, he didn't decline the best that I could tell. And like I stated, Dr. Bake physically came down and saw him an hour or less before shift change. And he told me that he didn't see any change in him. And I guess I know it's not good to assume, but I'm going to assume he didn't see anything that needed to be immediately addressed because he didn't state that there was any nothing needed to be immediately changed other than as soon as he calmed down to take those restraints off and I needed to order Presidex to get that done to do it, which I did order, but it had not come from the pharmacy at shift change. So I told the oncoming nurse that it was to be expecting it from the pharmacy.
Yes. In regard to why the patient didn't receive the IV antibiotic, I know in Shannon's statement on page 143, she said that you told her that you didn't have any already given. What was the reason why the patient didn't get the IV antibiotics?
Every time I tried to give the patient anything, he became more agitated. He was grabbing at me, grabbing my hands, cursing me. And that's when Dr. Bay, again, that was part of Dr. Bay telling me that we could wait until the agitation cleared under the assumption that the medications that were ordered for the agitation were going to help. He did have, I believe he had, I know he had insulin going in one of the IVs. In the other IV, I know he had something going. I don't remember right off exactly what he had. I don't want to misspeak on what he did have. I did try to get an additional line on him at one time, and he grabbed his arm away, causing the catheter to remain in his arm, and I didn't have taken it out because it blew. So I wasn't able to get that another line. I know they got lines after shift change, but as far as with me, Dr. Begg was supposed to modify those orders to indicate that basically the okay to hold it. Again, I was not one of the nurses that would go in and place those, modify those orders without being told to, because I didn't want the liability of that. So I was under the assumption that he was going to place those orders before I left. And again, I failed on that part by not making sure that order was placed or modified before I left.
How many patients were assigned to you?
Initially 4. One was an ICU patient, 2 non-acute patients, and then the patient that came in question. I did have one discharge, and the charge nurse did close that room down to where I wouldn't get any more because of the significant amount of time that I was having to stay in this patient's room.
So I know in your testimony, you said that you relocated to move closer to the patient to keep eyes on him.
Correct.
Did you see him taking his oxygen on and off?
Yes.
And so is it your statement that you, I guess, made sure that he knew how to put it back on?
That is correct.
But his O2 sat was still on 87.
According to her at shift change, according to documentation, an hour and 20 minutes to 2 hours after shift change, she's stating that the O2 sat was 83% based on documentation.
Okay.
Because our vitals on the monitors automatically convert over into the system. We don't have to manually enter them in.
Okay. Because on page 137, it's documented at 7:29, his O2 sat was 82%.
Let me see. Where's that at?
Page 137.
Okay, I do see that. That was 40 minutes after shift change.
At any point during your shift, did you ask anybody for assistance with this patient to help you? Yes.
And those 3 of those people were a part of help putting the patient in those soft restraints. The charge nurse checked in on him several times as well because I was in other rooms. So she would go in and check on him. And she walked by numerous times to make sure that there wasn't anything that I needed help with.
So I'm trying to understand something. So
Yes, ma'am.
do you know how to receive and write a verbal order?
Yes, ma'am, but I wasn't told to put that order in. The doctors in the ER would tell us, put this order in and we'll sign off on it, in which we did. But the hospitalist, unless the hospitalist is there in front of me and telling me to put that order in, or even on the phone telling me to put the order in, I don't put orders in on behalf of doctors.
So I'm trying to understand. So you're telling me this Dr. Babe
Correct.
gave you orders for restraints? by
He was,
phone?
no, he was going to put in the ER with St. D is when restraints are placed on a patient, an order should be put in the system within an hour or 2 hours. I don't exactly remember what the exact order is because I don't have it in front of me. And so when I placed the restraints on the patient, I immediately documented the assessment and I notified Dr. Baig that those restraints had been placed, and he stated he was going to come see the patient, which he did. He just did not go back in and place that order.
How did he communicate that to you?
What do you mean?
How did he communicate? By phone, text, message, through Epic, what?
It's an internal messaging system that the hospitals has. It's called AMS. He told me he was going to come see the patient. And so verbally, he told me when the patient, when the agitation subsided, to take the restraints off, that he was going to place the order, which again, I did not make sure the order was in the system before I left. He didn't tell me to place the order. He was going to do it. A lot of the hospitalists like to place their own orders. Dr. Baig is one of those.
So at any point, did you document in your nurse's notes the checking of the restraints frequently?
I don't believe I had them on them long enough before shift change to make another assessment.
Did you document in your nurse's note that you had this conversation with Dr. Baker?
I believe so, yes.
Did you?
I don't know for sure. I don't have anything in front of me I don't want to say for sure that I documented that I contacted him, but I'm about 90% sure that I did document in Epic that Dr. Baig was notified and was en route, in which he did come.
So the last question I have for you is, what time did you say you placed the restraints on the patient?
5-ish. I don't exactly know the exact time. It was sometime after 5, between 5 and 5:30, I believe. And I believe Dr. Bay came to see the patient right at 6.
So when they got the O2 set, and I'm just trying to circle back around. So when they did the O2 set at 7, he had the restraints on for 2 hours. But the reason I ask you this is you said that you educated him on reapplying his
This was,
oxygen.
the
So
oxygen
I'm
was,
trying to figure out, I'm sorry,
you're fine.
I'm trying to figure out how he was able to reapply the oxygen if he was in restraints.
I was trying,
In that 82% O2 set.
yes, ma'am. Before the restraints were placed, from the time that he arrived, I think shortly before midnight and until 5:30, whenever those restraints were placed, is the time, during the time frame that I showed him how to do that. After the restraints, he wouldn't allow anything. He was moving his head around, taking, picking at the O2 sat where it wouldn't take and it was coming off. I replaced that a couple of times. And then his blood pressure monitor, he was constantly doing his arm every time the blood pressure would take, so it would time out.
So were you between the hours of 5 and 7
Mhm.
consistently going in to reapply the oxygen?
No, ma'am, he was not in any distress. He wasn't asking for any additional oxygen during that time.
Without that O2 set, how can you be certain that he was okay?
I agree.
Obviously, there was some hypocrisy.
I agree, but I wasn't going to cause any harm to the patient by trying to hold him down to force vitals to increase his agitation was my mindset was I didn't want to further agitate him. So I felt that just kind of backing off a little bit, letting him settle, trying to let that medication work would ease his agitation so we could continue further treatment on him.
With that being said, to clarify, you believe that by doing what you did,
Mhm.
that you did not put the patient in harm's way at that point, seeing that he had an 82% O2 sat.
That 82% sat was over an hour after shift change. I don't know what it was during that time between the 5 and 7. I don't know what it was.
I have no further questions.
Just one more follow-up.
Mhm.
You said that, or I think they testified that St. Dominic's gave you a performance improvement plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow through with that?
From the time that
I was the rest of the time that I was at St. D. Yes, I did.
That was the only, I guess, punishment that St. D.
They felt that the only thing I failed in is this was from the manager speaking to me was that I just didn't follow through. I didn't make sure that the order was placed for the restraints before I left, and I didn't make sure that the modification of the medication was placed, and that I could have done a little bit better on my documentation as far as documenting why the vitals couldn't be done.
You also said that you had additional help. Did that additional help try to help you get a vital sign?
No,
Did you ask them to try to help you get a vital sign?
no, because I felt at the same time, again, I felt that doing that was going to cause more agitation on the patient, was gonna.
And I know that you keep going back to the restraints, that you feel like you need to do better with the restraints. Restraints is one thing, but when you go back, and I do have the advantage of hindsight, but I'm going back and I'm seeing a patient that came in, and with his presentation, he was in distress when he came in, and he definitely did not improve. And it seemed like he got worse.
From the time that he came,
That's what I'm
Yes,
concerned about.
ma'am.
I've seen a patient in decline.
on paper, I understand what you're saying, but looking at the patient, and you know as well as I do too, that you treat the patient, not the monitors too, because he was fidgeting with everything. And so that's why I moved the desk right in front of him so I could keep eyes on him to make sure he wasn't in any obvious distress. From the time that his mother left until the time shift change, in my opinion, he didn't decline physically. Maybe looking at him, he wasn't gasping for air. He wasn't diaphoretic.
And you make a good point. We do treat patients, not the monitors. But you didn't treat the monitor either. Because you didn't have anything, you didn't have any numbers to look at.
Mhm.
Didn't get any.
I agree.
So therefore, and to treat the patient, you have to put something in that I've looked at this patient. This is physically what I'm seeing. And I don't see anything like that either.
Yep.
Um,
The free text documentation would have been extremely helpful.
because evidently, and patients will hold on and they'll look good for a little bit until they quit looking good. This patient ended up being intubated, sent to ICU. We don't know what his outcome is, but it's never good when somebody's hypoxic, ever. And at a fever of 104, you're cooking his brain,
Right.
plus being hypoxic and everything else that he had going on. So it was just not a very good job. I know you said that you were watching him, but if you didn't document it, it wasn't done.
You have to follow up, Mr.
Just one question, just for clarification. Ms. Chapen, if you don't mind,
Mhm.
can you tell us how it was that the oncoming nurse was able to get vitals when they came on? And you weren't? What happened?
I hate to speculate as I wasn't there, because after shift change, she took my report. By my understanding, she evaluated the patient for momentarily, and then I left because it was supposed to be that once you get handoff, you check on your patient. She didn't state anything to me that was of concern at that time. I believe.
See, the reason you don't know if he calmed down or was restrained further or what, is that,
That's correct. Not that I'm aware of.
so he could have been the same for all you know.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. If you have any, this is your opportunity to sort of, that line of questioning you heard. If you wanna, give, some additional statements or speak to any, or address anything, you can do that now before we begin with closing statements.
No, I don't have anything further.
We can start now with, do you have any other witnesses you wanna call? Ready?
I do know that we submitted statements from the charge / supervisor, as well as another nurse that witnessed.
So you can, share something from.
Okay. Okay. This one is from the charge nurse and supervisor, Stacy Krim. She stated that my name is Stacy Krim. I'm a registered nurse in the emergency department at St. Dominic Hospital. I serve as charge supervisor and have been a nurse for 26 years. I'm writing to offer support for Kathy Chapen, who is currently facing I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm writing to offer support for Kathy Chapen, who is currently facing a hearing before the board. I have worked with Kathy for over a year, and I can attest to her dedication, professionalism, and commitment to providing quality care to her patients. During my time working with Kathy, I have witnessed firsthand her excellent clinical skills, compassionate bedside manner, and commitment to upholding the standards of nursing practice. She consistently goes above and beyond to ensure the well-being and comfort of her patients. The best recollection of the situation in question is that the patient was admitted with DKA and had a recent history of fentanyl abuse. So there was a question of possible opioid withdrawal as well. I was the charge nurse in that area of the ED that night, and I recall seeing Kathy spending a great deal of time in the room with this patient because he was very anxious, kept getting out of bed, pulling out IVs, and yelling out that he needed pain medication. In fact, I would say she spent about 75% of her shift with this one patient. One of the times she attempted to restart his IV, I saw him snatch his arm away with a needle still in it and heard him cussing at her and calling her names. When she was charting, she sat at a clove directly in front of his room where she could have a direct line of sight to better ensure his safety. Sometime between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., I suggested she call the doctor and get medication orders, and she did. The medication didn't really help much, and he continued his behavior, to the best of my recollection, until I left around 6 a.m. I don't feel that Kathy was negligent in any way, and that no formal or lasting disciplinary action is warranted. I believe Kathy is a valuable asset to the nursing profession, and she deserves to continue to serve as a nurse without any restrictions or limitations. Thank you for considering my perspective on this matter. I trust that the board will make a fair and just decision that takes into account all relevant factors in Kathy's case. Sincerely, Stacy Krim. I have a secondary one that is from a nurse that was there as well, Lori Hurt. To whom it may concern, my name is Lori Hurt. I'm a registered nurse employed at St. Dominic Hospital since 2015. I hold a weekend night shift, part-time position in the float pool. I have worked with Kathy from time to time throughout the last year when assigned to the emergency department for my shift. Regarding the situation in question, I would like to take a moment and express my point of view. From a recollection of the night, the patient came into the ED and was non-compliant with care from the start. It was evident that the patient did not want to be in the ED or receive help or care from the hospital staff. I recall Kathy being in the patient's assigned room for long periods, trying to calm him, explain why all tasks were important, and for his best interest to ensure adequate care. Kathy sat close to the patient's room, allowing her to keep eyes on him through the room window when not directly in said patient's room or another patient's room delivering care. I recall going to the supply room to gather supplies for one of my assigned patients and noticed that the patient in question wandering about the ED frantically. I asked the patient where he was going and he answered, "I need to get out of here. I need fentanyl." I redirected the patient back toward the nursing station where the other ED staff took over and led him back to his room and notified Kathy at that moment. The entire ED staff that night tried to redirect the patient as he seemed to be extremely anxious and determined to leave the hospital against medical advice. It was visibly evident that he appeared to be under the influence of a substance that impaired his judgment. In the times I have worked with Kathy prior to and after this incident, I have never known her to deliver any type of care that would intentionally or directly cause harm or danger to a patient. She has always been willing to help coworkers or patients outside her assignment. I truly believe Kathy follows the nursing code of ethics with every assignment and has a heart of true community service and patient advocacy. Thank you for your time taken to read the statement. The last one I have is a letter from one of my supervisors with Pafford. It says, "To whom it may concern, my name is Misty Bowie. I'm a paramedic supervisor for Pafford EMS in LaFleur County. I'm writing this letter on behalf of Kathy Chapen, RN, NRP. Kathy has always maintained a professional behavior and served as an on-duty supervisor while working in LaFleur County. While Kathy worked under my supervision in LaFleur County, she was a strong patient advocate and rendered excellent patient care. Also, while under my supervision, Kathy never received any patient or family complaints, nor did she receive any disciplinary action. Without reservation, I have the utmost confidence in Kathy's professional attitude, skill set, and dedication to her patients and coworkers. If I can provide any additional information or you require anything further, please don't hesitate to contact me. In best regards, Misty Bowie, NRP."
Anything else you want to add before close statements?
No, ma'am.
We'll conclude the hearing now and begin with closing statements, starting with board counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse. That nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing practice. Because of the care Ms. Chapen provided or failed to provide to a patient she was responsible for, that patient was put in the ICU. As such, we would respectfully ask the board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Chapen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Chapen.
I don't have any. No, ma'am.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-1165 involving the licensee, Ms. Kathy Chapen, license number R-922279. At this time out, that concludes that hearing. I also want to call up the ASP docket for today, for this week. I'm just gonna so I'm gonna identify the cases that the board will consider this week regarding proposed agreed settlement. So there are proposed agreed settlements in case numbers 2022-0400, 2022-0273, 2022-0427, 2021-0874, 2022-0455, 2022-0645, and 2019-0450. All of these matters may be considered by the board in executive sessions taken throughout this hearing week. And if the board rules on any of them, those will be announced at that time. And This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into executive session to deliberate. I'm sorry, this time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go in the closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-1165 and the matter previously stated that are to be considered by the board as ASPs. There's a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, this time I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on the stated cases.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this We are back on the record. I will announce the board's decisions in case number 2023-1165 and 2022-0400. So in case number 2023-1165 involving the licensee Miss Kathy Chapen, license number R-922279. The board voted unanimously, finding the licensee guilty of both charges. The penalty imposed is a formal reprimand, $500 fine, and education classes. So 4.5 hours of upholding the standard, professional accountability in nursing, 2-hour course titled Nursing Documentation, Legal Aspects and Nursing. And lastly, a 5-hour course managing difficult patients for healthcare professionals. That concludes the announcement of the board's decision in that case. Regarding the ASP in case number 2022-0400, the board accepted the ASP. That concludes the board's announcements of the decisions made by the board. I'll call up the next matter on the docket now. Case number 2023-1148 involving the licensee, Ms. Heather Mooney, license number R-894700. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their name for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Heather Mooney, present?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mooney, are you represented by counsel? Because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you. Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf? And do you understand you have the right to have this board issue subpoenas on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed today without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I ask the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today to identify yourself and state your name on the record so that our court reporter can swear you in thereafter.
Dwayne Jameson.
And Ms. Mooney, will you testify on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, she will swear you both in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And as a preliminary matter, I want to ask Ms. Mooney. I understand the nursing profession, this board, there may be over 90,000 some nursing licensees. So it sounds like a large number, but the network may be small. And, so I'm just want to give you an opportunity to sort of state right now on the record whether you have any issue with the members of this hearing panel as identified to you, deliberating and make a decision on this matter.
No, ma'am, I have no problem with any of them.
Any other preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B33 be admitted as exhibits, and we would also request that those be sealed as they have some patient information in them.
All right, Ms. Mooney, do you have any objection to the admission of these exhibits under seal?
No, ma'am, no objection.
So the exhibits proposed by board counsel are admitted under seal. So proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. And if the parties are ready to begin, we can start now with Mr. Walker with an opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mooney was terminated from Forest General Hospital after she was caught diverting hydromorphone and morphine. Facility determined she diverted approximately 14 milligrams of hydromorphone and 20 milligrams of morphine. In a statement to the board dated December 13th, 2023, Ms. Mooney admitted she had been diverting both narcotics since November. She stated she would pull the drugs on patients that PRN pain medication had been ordered. She would then waste half to avoid suspicion and take the rest home and administer to herself. Ms. Mooney signed an MVP eligibility agreement in order to be considered to participate in the program. However, she resumed nursing before she was approved in writing by the program as required by the agreement that she'd signed. Pursuant to this authority found and the board's authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Mooney as it sees fit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And at this time, Ms. Mooney, you can give your opening statement. It's optional, but it's just an opportunity for you to give sort of a brief statement of the evidence you plan to submit.
I don't need one.
All right. All right, we can begin now with Mr. Walker. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment?
Dwayne Jameson, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you been working for the Board of Nursing?
since March of '91.
And what is it that you do here at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and the Investigative Division.
As part of your job, do you investigate complaints alleged against licensees of the board?
Yes.
Thank you. If you would, turn over to page 5 and ID that document for the record.
This is B3, and this is the license verification form.
Who's that verification form for?
Heather Lynn Judah Mooney.
And does it say when she was first licensed in Mississippi?
It does, June 27th, 2013,
All right, and what was she licensed as?
a registered nurse.
If we turn over to page 8, can you tell us what that document is?
Page 8 is a copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us the charges that complaint lists against Ms. Mooney?
Yeah, there's a total of 6 charges here that involve practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substances. There's also in charge 2 where she engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board, specifically misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment. In charge 3, it referenced respondent engaging in unprofessional conduct, specifically possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. In charge 4, it references the respondent is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogens, or other drugs having similar effect. And then in charge 5, it referenced the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries. Then in charge 6, it references the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practices.
Are there any facts listed in that complaint that would support those charges?
There are
Can you kind of summarize those, or you can read them, whatever you prefer?
specifically, it talks about the respondent and her termination from Forest General Hospital in Hattiesburg due to diversion of narcotics. Basically, she submitted to a 4-cause drug screen and tested positive for amphetamine.
All right. Thank you. If you will, let's turn over the just a few pages to page 13. Can you tell us what that document is?
Okay, this is B6, and this is a letter from Teresa McDaniel.
And what facility is that letter from?
Forest General Hospital.
Okay. And can you tell us, you said it was from Teresa. Does it say what position she has at that facility?
Yeah, she's the Director of Pharmacy Services.
Okay, what date was that letter written?
December 6, 2023.
And who is it addressed to?
The Director of Compliance with the Mississippi State Board of Pharmacy.
In her letter, Ms. Teresa wrote, what does she say that she, in beginning in December, that she was made aware of?
That a nurse was diverting on 3T.
And does she name that nurse?
She does, specifically named Heather Mooney.
How much does she estimate that Ms. Mooney was diverting?
She indicated that Ms. Mooney was diverting at least 14, it had diverted at least 14 milligrams of hydromorphone and 20 milligrams of morphine.
Okay, in that third paragraph, it starts with, after extensive investigation, do you see that?
I do.
Will you read that paragraph for the record, please?
After extensive investigation going back to November 18, 2023, it was determined that Mooney was pulling ordered medication for patients out of the Omnicell ADS. She then documented administration of the medication for times earlier than the pull from the Omnicell, and in some instances prior to her shift starting.
Okay, thank you. So from that, what you just read, it said that investigation went back to November of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reading that, does it appear that the facility determined, based off what you read, that she may have been falsifying documentation?
Yes.
If you will, let's go over to page 40. All right, can you identify that for the record?
Page 40, this is a statement written and signed by Heather Mooney on December 13th, 2023.
Okay, can you, are you familiar with her statement, Mr. Jameson?
Yes.
Can you tell us what she admits to in her statement?
Basically, she admitted to pulling morphine and Dilaudid from the Pyxis machine that was PRN pain medication for the patients. In her statement, she indicates that she would waste half with another nurse to keep from having suspicion. And then she would keep the medication until she got home and administered IM to herself.
And did she say in there, do you recall when she began diverting?
She mentioned that she began diverting in November.
Okay, and you said this, but she admitted she wasn't wasting all the medication. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And does she mention that when she says she knew she needed help?
Yes, she did mention that as soon as she was terminated, that she knew she had to get help.
So basically when she got caught.
Yes.
Okay, let's turn to page 47, please. Let me back up just a minute, Mr. Chairman. This originally wasn't your case, was it?
No, not originally, no.
Was it, can you tell us the investigator that was originally assigned this case?
The investigator that worked this case is Miss Sheena Jones, who recently retired from the board.
And so you've taken the case over?
Yes.
Okay. All right, will you tell us what this is on page 47 then?
Page 47, this is B16, is an email from Casey Loper to Sheena Jones.
And according to that email, why does it say that Ms. Mooney is no longer eligible for MMVP?
Ms. Loper indicated she's no longer eligible for MMVP because she resumed nursing after she signed the eligibility agreement, which stated that she could not work in nursing until approved by MMVP.
Okay, let's look at that agreement. I think it's back on page 46.
Yes.
Can you confirm that that's the eligibility agreement?
Yes, this is the eligibility agreement.
And do you know why this is a nurse would sign this, or applicant signs this?
Yeah, to basically determine if they're eligible.
Okay. And going down to number 2 on that agreement, can you read that for us or just tell us what number 2 says?
Number 2 states that from the date of this agreement, I agree not to practice nursing in any manner, directly or indirectly, including but not limited to the administration of, teaching, counseling, delegation and supervision of nursing, and execution of the medical regimen, including the administration of medications and treatments prescribed by any licensed or legally authorized provider.
And did Ms. Mooney sign that agreement?
She did.
And what date was it assigned?
She signed it on December 15th, 2023.
All right, that was just a few days after that statement she gave to the board that we looked at.
That's
Is that
correct. Yes, it was a couple of days after.
So by signing this, as what's required by number 2, she was agreeing that she wouldn't work, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's turn over to page 48. Yeah, 48. Who sent this email?
This email was sent from Heather Judah to Hoshina Jones.
And in this email, why does she indicate that she was disqualified from MMVP?
She indicated that she was disqualified because and I quote, "I had to take a job in nursing to provide for my kids."
Okay. And according to number 2, we just looked at, she'd agreed not to work, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, let's go. Sorry, I apologize. Let's flip back over to page 46 one more time. Okay. We looked at this and you stated that she signed this document saying she understood what was required, correct?
Yes.
Will you read number 5 for us?
Number 5 reads, "I understand that failure to enter into a monitoring agreement with MMVP for any reason will result in the forms completed to MNVP to be provided to the investigations and or legal department for determination of further action."
So she was aware this could be used against her later.
Yes.
Let's turn back one more page to page 45. Can you tell us what this is on page 45?
Page 45, this is the MNVP pre-intake packet, which includes a statement written and signed by Heather Mooney on December 15th, 2023.
Okay. And in that first statement, excuse me, you looked at, she admitted she was wasting half the medication. You recall that?
Yes,
So if you would you start reading the sentence that starts, during the month of November? It's about, oh boy, maybe 6 lines down,
okay.
and I'll stop you.
All right. During the month of November, I would pull a PRN medication for a patient, waste the amount that was needed to waste, and carry the other part of the medication home and administer it to myself, IM. I would cancel the medication on the EMR and move the time so that if the patient needed medication, it would not show.
You can stop right there. So in here, she's saying that she was falsifying the records. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this statement, does she say that she admitted to her diversion immediately?
No, she did not initially. Initially, she actually states that she denied that she had done this.
So once she got caught, she admitted to it?
That's correct.
Okay. And did she also sign this statement?
She did.
Let's look at some of the records on this. I think it's on page 50, Mr. Jameson. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this is Omnicell transaction details
Okay.
for hydromorphone on patient SO.
Okay, and on those first 3 pulls for that patient, who pulled that medication?
The first 3 pulls, it was Heather Mooney.
Okay, and for the record, can you just give the times on those?
All 3.
Yeah, that's all right. We can do the bottom 2.
Bottom 2.
Yeah.
Okay, on November 18th, 2023 at 12:29 p.m. Then again on November 18th, 2023 at 7:11 p.m.
Okay, and on the next page, page 51. Can you tell us what that shows?
This is document showing all of the administration's of this particular medication for this patient.
Okay, so, is this the administration for that same drug and the same patient?
For the
Is that correct?
same drug and the same patient, yes.
On the second one, what does it show? When does it show that it was pulled?
It showed that it was pulled at 12:29.
And when does it show that it was administered?
12:30.
Okay, and on the last one, when did we see it was pulled?
It's pulled at 7:11 PM,
And when was this one administered?
06:40.
Okay, so all these, that reflects that it was pulled after it was administered.
Yes,
Does that match what she said and what the facility reported?
yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Hey, Ms. Mooney. At this time, if you have any questions for Ms. Robinson,
I don't have any questions.
any members of the hearing panel have any questions?
Oh, sorry, I turned to the witness.
You have any other witnesses you want to?
Stay rest.
Mooney, now is your opportunity to,
I'm not gonna deny any of it. I mean, I did all that and I admit to that. In 11 years that I've been nursing, I'm appalled at my behavior. I want to make it right. However that may be. I don't have anything else. I just want to make it right.
Walker and, the hearing panel may have some questions for you.
Ms. Mooney, can you tell the board your educational background?
I went to Jones County Junior College and got my associate degree in 2013.
Is that was when you were first licensed?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of give us a background of where you worked as a nurse? It started in 2013.
I initially started out in long-term care at Bay Street Nursing Home. I ran a trach unit for 4 years. I did wound care. I've done assistant director of nursing. I've travel nursed. I've worked in the ER. I've worked ICU. I've done Medicaid and Medicare qualifications for long-term care. I've done a little bit of everything.
Were the majority of those facilities, you've mentioned long-term care a couple of times. Were any of them different? I know you travel nursed. What,
I love long-term care. I grew up working as a CNA. My mom worked long-term care. It's something I'm familiar with.
has that been pretty much the only area you've worked in?
That and then the ER and ICU and ER I traveled. But I did more years in long-term care than I did in the hospital.
At any of these facilities that you've mentioned, I know we didn't go into specifics of where they're at, but did you have any type of disciplinary issues or anything like that?
No, sir, this is the first time I've been in trouble in 11 years.
So you've already said you admitted to what you did. So I guess my first question really is the MMBP thing, because you clearly said you wanted help. Well, before we go to that, why did you wait till you were terminated or before you got caught?
When you're in the middle of doing something wrong, you're not thinking about the consequences until afterwards, and you're not thinking about where you're at in your life until something hits you and you're like, I really shouldn't be doing this. This is not me. And then when you get terminated, I've never been terminated. It was the first time. And I'm in the middle of a divorce. And the possibility of losing my kids is what made me.
Ms. Mooney, do you need to take a break?
I'm okay.
Do you think had you not been terminated that you would still be diverting drugs?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
I feel like I would have either given myself a wake-up call because that's not the nurse that I am, or something would have happened and I would have harmed a patient and it still would have not been me.
So you do think that something could have happened with a patient?
Possibly if I would have kept going down the same road.
So why did you go back to work after you signed the agreement stating that you wouldn't work?
When I had a discussion with Hoshina the day that I came and met with the board, I thought the way it was explained to me was I could go back to work until I was in the voluntary program. So when I signed the paperwork, I was under the assumption it's when they called me and said, okay, let's get you in this program and then you can. I did not know that it would disqualify me immediately.
But it does say that. Do you agree it says that in the,
I did, but the way it was explained to me, I mean, you come up here, I've never been in trouble with the board before. I came up here and met with her and it was all new, never had any problems. It was a lot of information at one time. And the way I processed it was that it was okay until I got in the program, and that was not the case. That's why I immediately emailed her whenever they had told me I was disqualified.
so just for clarification, on that agreement, and I don't know what page it is, Miss Casey Lopez who signed that, is that who you spoke with about the MVP?
I'm not sure who called. They called almost a month after. It was in January sometime when I got the phone call.
And so the reason I'm asking that is because that program allows you to essentially avoid a disciplinary hearing. Is that what you were trying to do by this, or were you truly wanting help?
I truly want to make it right.
Well, let me ask you. You say you truly want to make it right, and I understand that, and I appreciate that, but what I'm asking is not whether you want to make it right, is if you're truly wanting help, or if you were just trying to avoid discipline.
That's the same thing, and technically help and wanting to make it right is the same thing.
Well, I guess,
I have not used since I left in December.
let me ask it this way. Do you think you have a substance abuse problem?
I do not.
So you don't think you're an addict?
I do not. Technically, I have not done anything since this incident or prior to this incident.
So when did you first start?
August, I was diagnosed with staph infection in my fingernails, and it was a recurring issue from August, September, October. They gave me one prescription for narcotics in August, and then November was the only month that I used.
August of 23.
Mhm.
So you don't have any kind of history of any type of substance abuse,
No, sir.
and you've never taken any type of illegal drug?
No, sir.
So why start with hydromorphone and morphone, I'm sorry, and morphine? What, have you taken them before?
I've had them when I had my hysterectomy, a year ago, 2 years ago now. I'm gonna say it was available. I've had them before from those surgeries, but that was what was available. And in my mind, it was gonna make my hand stop hurting.
So you started taking them because your hand was hurting.
I had purulent drainage coming from under my fingernails and my hands were swollen.
So that was why you started. You also mentioned that you were going through a divorce, and we don't have to go into your personal information, but was it having anything to do with stress going on too?
Yes. Now, the divorce has been final since February. I have shared custody. That's not there.
Okay.
My hands are healed. That's not there.
So what if something else comes up? Because life happens.
Different coping mechanisms,
How come?
because that is not an appropriate coping mechanism.
So what do you do now?
Now, I talk about it, I journal, I pray about stuff now. I've started going back to church. Different ways that I do things instead of the way I was doing things. I was not doing them correctly.
Do you have any type of sponsor or attend any meetings?
No,
So you said you're going back to church and you have different things. What's your support system like?
I actually have 5 kids. I have 3 kids that are older. They know about the whole situation. My 17-year-old, we talk about it. I'm re-met with the man that I had 20 years ago before my ex-husband. We just started dating and he is great. We talk about everything. He knows I'm here today. He knows about the issues that I've had.
So if the board decides to put restriction on their license, would you, because you said you don't think you're an addict, right?
Mhm.
And I'm sorry, when was the last time you said you used?
December, first week of December.
So it's been roughly 6 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If they put any restrictions on your license, making you drug tests or doing evaluations, is that something you're willing to do? Even though, because the reason I'm asking is because you said you don't think you're an addict.
I'd be willing to do it.
And you said in both statements, I'm gonna kind of go back to the exhibits for a minute. That you took the drugs at home. Did you ever use the drugs at work or go to work impaired?
No, sir.
And the reason I'm asking that, you said a while ago that you realized something could have happened, so you never went to work impaired.
No, sir. I was scared to death that I was gonna be the nurse that hurt somebody or I overdosed in the bathroom. So I didn't use as much as somebody who had been probably, I've seen in the ER come through with, 10 milligrams of Dilaudid on them. I was scared to death that 0.5 was gonna kill me.
So if I understand what you stated in your statement, you were falsifying and changing the records after you, can you kind of talk a little bit about what you were doing?
I would pull the medication and then put it where it would be at either the beginning of the shift or the end of the shift to where the patient could still get the PRN medication and it not be where they were not receiving their meds. Where if they called out for pain medicine, they could still get the medication.
So they would get the medication and then you would just change the times and take it the rest home with you. So you were falsifying the documentation that you were.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What drugs do you currently take? Sorry, what medications do you currently take?
I take Adderall 20 milligrams twice a day, Celexa 40 milligrams once a day, and Lipitor 40 milligrams once a day.
Are they gonna take anything else?
No, sir.
And you said you don't have somebody you talk to, a sponsor or anything like that?
No, sir. But I'd be willing to get one if I needed to.
Do you think that you could safely practice nursing if the board decides to let you do that?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us why?
Because I've always been a nurse and I love my patients and I love providing patient care. And I don't feel that I would ever use again.
Did any of the patients not receive medication that you changed the times on that you're aware of?
No, sir.
I have no further questions, John.
Any questions from the? A final follow-up from you, Ms. Mooney?
No, ma'am.
One question, Your Honor. This, if I may, I'm sorry.
It, has an additional question for you. That's
That's
fine.
fine.
This MMVP is for substance abuse and people that are struggling with drugs. And you stated you're not an addict. So why did you want to get in it?
At the time that I signed it, I felt like I was, after not using and being around and doing better with my life, coping with anxiety better. I don't feel like I am. I don't crave any of that. I don't want to even ever be in that situation, but I felt at the time that I needed to go in a program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing further from the parties. We can begin now with closing statements, starting with Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse. If that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Mooney has admitted to the charges against her. I don't think there's any question that she's guilty of what she's charged with in the complaint. She attempted to get help with MVP, but did not comply with that program. Again, she reported that she only admitted and reported that she had an issue after she got caught. And from the record today, nothing has shown that she stated she doesn't know that she needs help because of her support system and that she does not have a drug abuse problem. She admitted on separate occasions to diverting morphine and hydromorphone and injecting herself. Considering the evidence that we presented today, we would respectfully ask the board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Mooney. Thank you.
Ms. Mooney, now is your opportunity to give your closing statement.
I would just like to say thank y'all for coming and considering even letting me continue to practice nursing. Would be grateful. I am very sorry for what I did, and I would like to fix whatever needs to be fixed if I could continue.
The hearing in case number 2023-1148 involving the licensee, Ms. Heather Mooney. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, I'll now entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. All right, we are back on the record and I will announce the board's decision in case number 2023-1148 involving the licensee, Ms. Heather Mooney, license number R-894700. The board finds Ms. Mooney guilty of all charges. That finding was unanimous. The penalty imposed is the issuance of a restricted license for a minimum of 60 months. There are certain preconditions that must be satisfied prior to the issuance of that restricted license. Some of the preconditions are formal reprimand, fine, single state license, the completion of a chemical dependency, substance abuse evaluation, and also a psychiatric psychological evaluation. Upon completion of those preconditions, the licensee can be issued a restricted license. And so the restrictions imposed on that license are things like include present and future employee notifications that must be submitted to the board, quarterly reports, employee reports, indirect supervision, certain prohibited areas of practice, and then attendance at AA meetings, random and monthly drug screens. So at minimum, those will be required from you during that 60-month probation period, but that period may be greater depending on the recommendations of the board approved assessor. So, you know, your preconditions include getting those evaluations. In the event should the board approved assessor recommend more than 60 months, then the order will that will be the term for your probation. Otherwise, if the assessor agrees, you know, it'll be for that 60-month period, where for, 60 months, your license will be restricted in that manner, meaning that you must comply with those stipulations that I just listed and any that I failed to mention, but they will all be in the order provided to you within 30 days of this hearing. Once you receive that order, you'll see all the details. And one of the requirements of the order is that you meet with the board's compliance officer. So should you have any questions, you can ask then, but I also want you to ask now. If you have any questions now, you can ask now. Have any?
I don't have any questions right now.
This concludes the announcement of the board's decision in that matter. It is 12:24, so we are going to recess for lunch. But prior to the students leaving, I understand the board would like to get a picture with you. We are in recess until 1:30 for lunch. But students, before you leave, you want to get a picture. All right. We are back on the record, after a, recess for lunch. I will call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2024-0180 involving the licensee, Ms. Stacy Culver. The license number is P-335166. Good afternoon, I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. This time I ask members of the board hearing panel to state their names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Kelly Walker, LPN. And it will the attorney represent the board. State your name for the record.
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Stacy Culver, present?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Culver, are you represented by counsel?
Yeah.
Because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you. Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf
Yes, ma'am.
and have this board issue subpoenas on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding all of this, you wish to proceed today without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony. So the court reporter can swear you in. So if you're gonna give testimony today, state your name for the record.
Dwayne Jameson.
And Ms. Culver, will you testify on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
So she'll swear you in now.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B11 be admitted into evidence.
Culver, do you have any objection to the admission of those exhibits proposed by board counsel?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Exhibits are admitted into the record. We'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, have closing statements. If you're ready to proceed now, we can begin with opening statements, starting with Mr. Walker.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Culver is sitting before you today because she decided to fraudulently obtain controlled substances. In her statement to the board, she admitted to forging prescriptions. In the evidence today, you will see that statement, along with 3 other statements from the physician she submitted prescriptions under. This is a clear violation of the Nurse Practice Act and pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1. This board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Culver as it sees fit. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Culver, do you have an opening statement? It's optional, but it's just a brief statement of the evidence you plan to submit.
No, ma'am.
No? All right, Mr. Walker, you may call your first.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Mr. Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jameson, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked at the Board of Nursing?
since March of '91.
And can you state for the record what it is that you do for the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
And as part of your job with the board, do you investigate complaints on the licenses of nurses?
Yes.
If you would turn over to page 4 and I need that document, please.
Page 4 is a licensure verification form.
And who's this verification form for?
Stacy Chantel Culver.
And when does it show that Ms. Culver was first licensed in Mississippi?
August 1st, 2017,
And what was she licensed as?
as a licensed practical nurse.
Okay. Turn over to page 7. And state what that is for the record.
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us what the charges are against Ms. Culver?
Beginning with charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally acceptable standards of practice of such nursing practice. In charge 2, the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, specifically referencing possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. Going into charge 3, It references the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, specifically referencing passing or attempting to pass a forged prescription. And then in charge 4, references the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, specifically referencing impersonating another licensed practitioner.
Thank you. And if you would, can you summarize, first off, are there any facts listed in that complaint to support those charges?
Yes.
Can you kind of summarize those facts or read them, whichever you prefer for the record?
Okay, basically, the respondent was employed in a head nurse position at Stat Care Plus Family Medical Center located in Macomb, Mississippi, when she used her position to forge prescriptions and fraudulently obtain controlled substances.
Let's look over at page 17. It's gonna be exhibit B9. Can you tell us what this document is?
Okay, this document is a statement or a report from a Stephen Pearson.
Does it say who Mr. Pearson is on that report?
Yes, Ms. Pearson is a pharmacist with Express Care Pharmacy located in Macomb, Mississippi.
Does he say why he's sending this letter?
He does.
Can you tell us what that reason is?
He basically states that this is an official notification regarding unauthorized nursing practice of Ms. Culver.
What does he state that Ms. Culver is doing in that letter?
Basically, that she was using her position to produce unauthorized controlled substance prescriptions for her and other persons' usage.
Does he say when this fraudulent activity was discovered?
It basically says it was discovered on February 16, 2024.
Okay, and can you tell us why that there's doctors listed on that notification letter? Can you tell us why those doctors are listed are providers?
Okay, yeah, there's 2 doctors and 1, excuse me, nurse practitioner. And their names are listed in that these 3 indicate that this person called in obtained unauthorized prescriptions using their name.
Okay, let's take a look at some of those statements. Can you turn back to page 12? Make sure it's B6. Can you tell us who this statement's from on page 12 or exhibit B6? Sorry.
B6, page 12, this is a statement from J. Andrew Watson, D.O.
And in his statement, does he list any prescriptions that he did not authorize?
He does.
How many does he list there?
He lists a total of 3 that were unauthorized.
Excuse me. What drugs were those prescriptions for?
Oxycodone, and acetaminophen.
And according to this statement from Dr. Watson, who produced those unauthorized prescriptions?
He mentioned that Miss Stacy Culver, LPN.
And on page 14, I believe it's the next page of the statement. I'm sorry, it's another statement. Can you tell us who that statement is from?
This statement is from Brett A. Furman, MD.
And what does he say that Ms. Culver did while she was working at Stat Care?
Basically that she abused her position as head nurse to generate controlled substance prescriptions to a ST under his DEA number. And he further states that the patient ST has never been a patient of his at this location.
Okay. So that's who she was getting the prescriptions for, was this ST?
Yes.
Okay. And does he list any prescriptions that he did not authorize?
Yes, he lists several.
And what were those prescriptions for that were obtained under him?
There were several for Adderall, and hydrocodone, and at least 1 for oxycodone.
And his statement is that he didn't authorize any of those that are listed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, this is the next page, page 15. Can you tell us who submitted that?
This statement was prepared by John Harvey, FNP.
And does MP Harvey list any prescriptions that he did not authorize?
Yes, he does.
And what were those prescriptions for?
One was for oxycodone, one was for promethazine. There were two.
Okay. And so that's three statements that the board's obtained that are regarding Ford's prescription by Ms. Culver. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, let's look at Ms. Culver's statement. It's a few pages over. It's labeled B10, but it's on page 20. Can you identify this for us, Mr. Jameson?
Yes, page 20 is a handwritten statement signed by Stacy Culver, LPN, witnessed by Miss Oshina Jones.
And is Ms. Jones was the original investigator on this case?
Yes,
And she is no longer with the board, is that correct?
that is correct. She recently retired.
So you've taken over the investigation from Ms. Jones?
This particular case, yes.
In her statement, did she admit to forging prescriptions?
What she did was she admitted to calling in prescriptions under her name for patient ST, who she referenced as her son.
And that was why she was saying she was doing it was for her son.
Yes,
Did she say anything about taking any responsibility for what she did?
yes, she did. She did accept responsibility.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Culver, at this time, if you have any questions, for Mr. Jameson, if you want to cross-examine him, you can do that now.
I don't have any.
All right, any questions for Mr. Jameson from the board hearing panel?
I attended the witness, Your Honor. State rest.
All right, so now, Ms. Culver, this is your opportunity to present your case.
Forgive me for being nervous. They stated that I was the head nurse. I was the only nurse. And I begged for help. I was the only nurse for 3 providers that was hardly ever in the clinic. They gave me the right to basically run the clinic, do what I needed to do to make sure that the clinic stayed running and our patients was happy. During the time of me working there, I lost my mother, which I was not able to really be there for her because I was told that I couldn't because of my position that I held at the clinic. Then when my son was shot by a stray bullet at the gas station, I was not able to be there with him as far as general, like a mother. When he was shot in his right knee, which was shattered. And the providers did see him because at this place, we was like family. And the doctors would come in twice a month. John would come in 3 days a week. Other than that, the patients only talked to me. I was told whatever needed to be done. And I did just that. And to be sitting here, and they knew that I was calling these prescriptions in for my son because he had started working offshore because he had had a baby. And they told me, whatever needs to be done so he can work and you don't have to take on that responsibility, you have our permission. Now to be pulled out just by these 3 people saying that I did something, I take responsibility for that. When they came to me and told me that it was wrong, I accepted it. And they told me that, okay, you no longer work for us. And I asked them, I said, well, what about all the other prescription meds that I sent in for you all? Why wasn't I put on paper for those? They told me that I shouldn't worry about those because those are not the prescriptions that they're questioning, which that hurt. So after my son was in the hospital for 10 days, I was only allowed 3 days because they told me I had no coverage. which I didn't mind because Stat Care gave me a chance straight out of school. And I wanted to be the best nurse that I could be. And I love what I do. And I made sure I took care of every patient there, even when the providers wasn't there. I was on call all the time. They called my phone morning and night. And I was an hourly employee and didn't get paid for that, but that didn't bother me. Because sometimes it's not about money, because it's my passion to be a nurse. I take it seriously because Stat Care is not the only place that I work. I work at Beecham Memorial Hospital on Med Surg. I work at Freedom Behavior, which is a DPU area, and I used to work at the Claiborne. So it's no question that I love what I do, but to be put out like this, it hurts. But as they say, it was wrong. But when I decided to further my career or further my degree, that's when everything came up, when I started going to William Carey to become an RN. And once they saw that I was accepted into the program, everything just went crazy. But there's nothing I can do about that. And ever since this has happened, they have tried to destroy my name. They told me I couldn't talk to anybody that worked in the clinic so they could speak up for me. They told me if I did, I would be sued. They told me that I would be reported to the Bureau of Narcotics as because Dr. Watson works for the Bureau of Narcotics. Justin Stogner, he works with Dr. Watson. All this came up, and like I told them, I can't fight this. I'm just me, but I'm not trying to fight it. And it just hurts because they knew of this. They knew that they was giving my son Adderall because I was calling it in. And Stephen knew this because he would call me for prescriptions for other patients that belong to us. But I just hope that, you all have mercy on me and still allow me to be what I feel that is my purpose to be. And forgive me for crying because every time I think of this, it hurts to know that I would be done like this if I decided to further myself, because nobody was standing in line to put in an application for this place, but I stayed there regardless. But that's all I have to say, and I'm sorry for crying.
Ms. Silver, when you're ready, Mr. Walker and the board may have some questions.
I'm fine, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell, Ms. Cole, will you tell the board your educational background, and where you attended school?
I attended South Pike High School. I graduated. Then I attended Southwest, where I received my LPN. And I was attending William Carey, getting my BS in. But I had to stop because of all this that's going on, because I had started to flunk out.
When were you first licensed again?
2017 or 16, I think August of 2016.
When did you start taking classes for your BSN?
I started a year and a half ago. I want to say 2022, right after my mother passed.
And you probably said something this a while ago and I just missed it, but will you kind of tell us where you worked since you've been licensed as an LPN?
I started out at Stat Care where I worked, and I continued to work up until February. And for COVID, I picked up PRN jobs, and I'm still employed there. It's at Beecham Memorial Hospital, Med Surg, and it's also Freedom Behavior Unit, which is part of Beecham Hospital on DPU. And I used to work at the Claiborne nursing home,
What were you doing at those facilities?
nursing.
Have you worked as a nurse since your license has been suspended?
No, sir, all I've done was just come to the clinic. I work at a nauseous medical clinic where I was working until my license became suspended as a nurse, and I was answering the telephones and stuff because that was my only income. Because during my time here, I recently bought a house. So.
Any of those, excuse me, any of these facilities, have you had any issues, disciplinary issues before?
No, sir.
Can you tell us when you started with forging the prescriptions?
It's hard to say forging because what I do is I would call in. That's what I would have to do for our patients that needed prescriptions. And it was way before this. And they said that my son was never a patient there, but he was. Because he had to do his follow-up visit there when they released him from Forest General Hospital. But I've been calling in prescriptions for my family and they knew it. And they know that Stephen is ADHD and myself. I know about 4 years, almost 5.
So I guess here's where I'm having an issue, because if you look at page 21, that's your statement that you gave to Ms. Jones on the 22nd.
Yes, sir.
You say, I know what I did was wrong and very unprofessional, and I've never done anything like this before. So, but that doesn't really line up to me with what you're saying now.
Well, when they called me in the office to fire me, they told me that I was not supposed to be doing it. And they gave reason why I wasn't supposed to be doing it. That's when I took responsibility and said, well, I'm wrong. But before this, I was never told or never written up or anything concerning this issue.
So what were you doing exactly? I guess maybe I need some clarification on that.
I would call in refills.
Without the authorization of the providers,
I had the authorizations to call in prescriptions on everyone.
but not according to their statements.
Exactly.
And they listed several, like, I know you mentioned Adderall a while ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
But some of the ones they listed are not Adderall, hydrocodone.
It was hydrocodone, which my son was using for pain because he worked on a barge, which was ACL barging because he was a welder and he would be on his feet. And I asked John, would he see Stephen to write him that because that's what they gave him in Hattiesburg. Once they released him from the surgeon, I asked John, could he see him? And John told me, all I can give him was Ultram or Tramadol. So then I talked to Dr. Furman and I told Dr. Furman what was going on. Dr. Furman said, I understand Stephen is working, so whatever he needs to work to take care of his child, you have my permission.
So was he ever a patient there? Because I'm.
Yes, sir.
Because it doesn't sound like he was by what you just said, if he wasn't seeing him.
But I didn't know I had to bring like proof or anything, but I have records where the doctors have seen him.
Who was all this medication for?
Stephen.
That's your son?
Yes, sir.
Was
And
it?
Robert Wells, that was one of Dr. Watson's patients that he told me to call in those prescriptions for. He was an older patient who had just had a rotator cuff surgery done.
And was any of this for yourself?
No, sir.
Well, it's got you listed on one of them, under Dr. Watson.
On that one, I called in one because I had I want to say it was pneumonia or COVID or something. And it was every time I would cough, it would just hurt me in my chest and my whole body was aching. So he said to call in some promethazine, which I did because I was taking not Adderall, Ambien. And the Ambien had started making me forget things at work because I was trying to cut back on taking Adderall because I was taking 2 a day, extended release.
So you did call in prescriptions for yourself?
Yes, sir. I was the only nurse there to call in prescriptions.
Did you sell any of these drugs or?
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all.
Yeah, what all, because you're looking at your PNP, you have a pretty extensive PNP.
That's what I've been taking ever since I've been a patient there since 2021. I take Adderall, which I have to get one for every month. And I take Ambien, which I have to get a prescription for every month. So that's why you see that many up under me.
And who's yours? Did you call these prescriptions in for yourself?
Yes, sir. Under Dr. Furman's. I was the only nurse that could call him in.
So your testimony is today that you had authorization to, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though in your statement you said that you know what you did was wrong and you've never
After
done
they
it.
called me in the office and explained to me and told me that I shouldn't have been doing this and I need to take responsibility because I did ask. I don't forget when it was that I asked about another patient where we had done something. And I asked, why are we giving them these medicines and they're failing the drug test? And the doctors knew this.
Do you have any criminal charges against you for these prescriptions, Ms. Kohler?
No, sir. They said that I would get criminal charges.
Who is they?
Dr. Andy Watson, and that's Dustin Stogner is part of the Bureau of Narcotics. So when Dustin Stogner contacted me, I got me a lawyer, but I didn't bring my lawyer here today because I didn't. But when they told me that they would be turning me into the DEA to get charges against me.
Because, sorry, go ahead.
That's it.
Well, the reason is because this notice came from who you said, Dustin Stogner. Did he tell you the DEA was not pursuing charges?
Yes, sir, he did. Well, he told me that he wanted me to come in and make a statement. And I asked him, why was I coming in to make a statement? He said, because Dr. Watson, which he called him Andy Watson is turning me in to the DEA for these things that he said that I did wrong, to pursue criminal charges against me.
Let me clarify that. I misspoke. I apologize. This was actually sent, that was the statement sent by MP Harvey, but he sent it to Dustin Stogner. And you said, just so I understand, so the record's straight, because I don't want to mess it up. Dustin Stogner told you that you were not facing charges. You spoke with him?
Yes, I called and spoke to him. He said, I just want you to come in and make a statement. I'm not charging you with anything or anything like that. So when I went home and I ran it past my family told me maybe I need to reach out for help because this just doesn't sound right.
Well, and so I guess that's why I'm confused too, Ms. Culver. I'm not trying to trip you up or trick you or anything like that, but I'm not understanding why all of a sudden these three providers all of a sudden said that this is an issue now. Because clearly they're saying that these, and they list specific prescriptions that were written without authorization. So and then in your statement, you said the same thing where you know what you did was wrong. So I'm just, to me, it's confusing.
When they told me, when Dr. Watson, Carrie, which is the nurse manager for Stat Care, on the other side, we have a Stat Care Urgent Care and a Stat Care Plus. Carrie is the nurse manager for Stat Care Urgent Care. And then we also have a Carrie Brister, which is the office manager that's responsible for insurances. They called me in the office and they told me with Dr. Watson that what I was doing was wrong. And they explained to me the procedures. Then they said that they didn't have any idea that I was doing this. And I told Carrie, I said, Carrie, all y'all knew. I said, I didn't get to bring my phone up because it is in my phone where they would give me permissions to call in a lot of people's prescription that included pain meds or whatever sent to me by the doctors.
So I guess this is where were you saying that you didn't know it was wrong to call in prescriptions without authorization? Or were you saying that you were under the impression that you had authorization,
I was under the impression that I had it.
even though you really didn't?
I was under the impression that I had it because they told me to. But when they brought me in there, they told me that that wasn't the impression that they gave me.
So before you would call in a prescription, what initiated that? For example, let's just take, for example, and I'm not holding you to this day. I'm not asking you to say what the events were happening on this day, but for, like one that's listed right here on page 18 is November 1st, 2023 for ST for hydrocodone. How did that prescription come about?
I talked to Dr. Furman because Stephen was getting ready to go offshore. And I asked Dr. Furman, I said, Stephen is getting ready to go offshore. Can I send him his pain medicine? And Dr. Furman said, okay, just send in what you do is call in, how can I say it? We have like a e-script, as you would say, where all you do is just send it to the pharmacy. Nobody has to sign anything. I go in and send it because I have the authorization to do that. So I was sending all of the patient's meds because I was the only nurse. And that was part of my job responsibilities.
So essentially not holding you to that's what happened. Is that essentially how you're saying these are? So if, for any of these others, on another day, whenever RW needed oh, Your Honor, can I request to seal these records? I don't know if I did that or not, because they do have names and
Okay.
patient information.
From you, Ms. Culver, any objection or issue with
No, ma'am.
the exhibits being sealed?
No, ma'am.
So the exhibits entered in the evidence are sealed. Patient information.
So would you e-scripted for controlled substances?
Yes, sir.
Is that a thing you can do?
Yes, sir.
So were you doing these, if somebody just needed one, if RW needed one, you would just e-script on prescription?
Yes, sir, because of that, they gave me permission to do that. I would send in medicine for everyone, not just RWST or whoever. That's what I'm saying. They should have put every patient we had on here.
Let me ask you this way, maybe, I'm not trying to belabor this, I'm still having problems. And it's because of your statement. You said, I know what I did was wrong. Are you saying that you didn't know you needed authorization to call in prescriptions before this day?
Right, I didn't.
So as an LPN, you didn't know you needed authorization to call in a prescription?
No, sir, they gave me that. That was part of my job title.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Culver, the board hearing panel, they have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Culver, on each incident of calling in these medications, did you document in the chart or reference a verbal order from those physicians in your notes?
We didn't have to put notes in.
Ma'am,
We didn't have to put notes in. We didn't do notes in our computer.
so you're telling me that y'all saw a patient or whoever saw a patient and there was no nursing notes, no document?
When we saw a patient and I had to call in prescriptions, we'll be done seeing that patient that day. We have a chart to go by that shows where I send in the medicine. Like Dr. Watson will come out and say, okay, I need you to send in this person Ambien. I need you to send in this person Tramadol. He would come out with his orders and I would type in the medicine in the system and I would send it out. I would press a button to send it out to the pharmacy, whatever pharmacy they was in.
So for these people, the ones that we're seeing here right now, was there even a chart on them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document each time that there was a refill on the prescription in those notes?
I never thought I had to document that I send in refills because I had permission from the providers. That's what I'm saying. When a person call in for refills, when I send them, all I do is I put your date of birth and what you're calling in for, and I send it.
So, well, let's take a step back then, based on what you're saying. How did you know they needed refills?
They would call.
And so you didn't make a note in your notes that the patient.
I would get a message. I would get it. What they would do up front was they would send a message to me. Like the receptionist would take a message and send a message to me through my email. And then I would put prescription sent at the end. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? They would communicate to me through the system. And they would say,
I understand what you're saying as far as email or by phone call, but please understand, I was also a clinic nurse as well, and I know that there was notes
yes, ma'am.
that we would be able to access to be able to put in any calls that a patient may have made and be able to relay that the physician gave us a verbal order. So you're telling me y'all did not do that?
I'm telling you that once they sent me the message, I would send the prescription in and I would put RX sent by me. That's how I charted it. That's how I've been doing it for years.
So based on what we're looking here at the scripts that you called in versus your PMP. Looking at it, it aligned with what your PMP looks like versus what your prescriptions that you were calling in for others. At any point, were any of those for you seeing that they were going to the same place? Did you partake in any of the ones that you called in for those people?
No,
You stated that these were for your son because John Harvey would not provide these medications any longer. Why did your son not go out and seek a chronic care provider?
because he did not have insurance. He was shot. My son was at a store when he was shot. My insurance didn't cover that. As he was a victim of crime. And it's in a police report and everything down at Pike County Sheriff Department.
I only have one last question for you. You stated just a few minutes ago when you were asked by counsel, you stated the reason we are seeing all these scripts on your PMP because you started getting them when you worked there. So previous to your employment at this clinic, did you have any diagnosis that would require these prescriptions, or did
Yes,
you
ma'am.
still have prescriptions for these things
Yes, ma'am.
previous?
Yes, ma'am. I went to the clinic in Tylertown and I saw Dr. Jameson. I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was at LPN school because I could not focus.
And you said it was who? Which physician?
Dr. Jameson,
And when did you stop seeing him? Or
um,
when did he stop writing your scripts?
when I started working at Stat Care,
Which would have been what date?
2017.
Any additional questions?
I do have a question. Ms. Culver, so talk me again, because I'm a little bit confused about the e-scribe,
Yes, ma'am.
because I thought that specific credentialing would be need to e-scribe medication. So you're able to sign off on medications through,
E-script. Yes, ma'am. All I would do is just, what you go in is you put a check mark by the meds that you need to send to the pharmacy. And once you put a check mark by it, you hit send. And in our system, it sends whatever prescription, whatever pharmacy I need to send them to.
so you had a login?
Yes,
for
ma'am.
this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, given the other facilities you worked at, was this like the typical standard for how things go at other facilities you worked at? You being able to do this?
I wasn't a head nurse there. I wasn't the only nurse there. I was the only nurse at Stat Care.
So did this ever give you pause to think, is this appropriate? Should I be doing this?
I even asked. Yes, ma'am. I asked Carrie, which was the manager. It's hard to explain when I say Stat Care and Stat Care Plus and Stat Care Urgent. They're all the same facility, but under different names, like urgent care. Dr. Watson, all of them sees patients there, but my clinic was the primary clinic, as you can say, primary care. But if I had any issues, I would talk to Carrie Mitchell, which was, I guess the manager over me. And I would ask her, I was like, Carrie, can I get some help? Do I need to be doing all this by myself?
So did you ever go to Carrie, your supervisor, in regard to this specifically, like calling in prescriptions? And what was told to you?
That's part of your job responsibilities.
I guess I'm still a little confused about, did you get a personal email from the physicians for the order to call in?
Yes, ma'am. They would send,
Personal email, it wasn't like a chart, like an intersystem.
no, what they would do is they would send like a refill request to our fax system. They would put it in my folder, which I had a nurse's folder up front. And they put in the refill request prescription, whatever, script.
They who?
The nurse, the receptionist up front. They would put it in my folder. Anytime you get a refill request, they print it off the computer, or it comes through the fax machine. And once it comes through the fax machine, they would put it in the folder, or if a patient called in, they would take a message and send it to me through the computer. And at the end of the day, I would send in all the refill requests. Or I would go up and I would check the folders if PMPs needed to be done, prior authorizations, anything that needed to be done. That's what I would work on at the end of the day.
So in the computer system that y'all had, you logged onto this patient's chart where the prescriptions were written,
It was already in the, yes, ma'am. They was already in this,
and it just goes to the pharmacy automatically.
yes, ma'am.
For a controlled substance, did you have to have any extra credentialing or any extra code numbers or anything to be
No,
able to do
ma'am.
that?
No, ma'am. And what was the name of this system? Cause it was a new system to us. What was this system? My Lord, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of it.
So could anybody in the office that logged into that patient's chart do that?
Just, I had the credentials to do it. No, ma'am, I was the nurse and they gave me what you do is they check what you can do in the clinic and it's in the computer system. Like if you're a medical assistant, you can't send medicine. Or if you're a medical assistant, you can't call in results to a patient. But by me being the nurse, I could, because I had those credentials checked in the box.
I understand.
They put your name in the system, and when they put your name in the system, they give you responsibilities or credentials, and they check it of what you can do, if it's within your scope. So
And who in the office does that? Do the physicians do that when you're hired? Does the office manager?
the office manager does. The office manager at Stat Care, the urgent care, that's responsible for hiring.
Does anybody tell her what privileges to give employees or?
No, no, ma'am. That's her job.
So I would like to ask one last thing based on what Ms. Walker just asked. So as an LPN, who do you take delegation from?
I was taking it from the doctors.
But just to clarify, you just told her.
I'm just
you're
saying that
taking delegation from.
what I'm saying,
office administrator, correct?
I don't know how to explain it. We have this system, which is Carrie. Carrie works at the urgent care. Carrie is responsible for hiring everybody. But Carrie is not in my facility. Carrie is at another facility. But she's responsible for hiring everybody and telling them what they can and can't do, because she interviews you for the position and tells you what you'll be doing. And then she gives you their credentials on paper of what you're responsible for. And once you get hired, you sign and say, but this is what I'm responsible for and this is what I'll be doing. Like I would have to do like DOT physicals and things like that medical assistants couldn't do. I would have to do drug testing that medical assistants couldn't do. I would have to pull PMPs that the medical assistant couldn't do because they didn't have the authorization. I was the only one at that facility with that authorization because I was the only nurse.
So per your training as an LPN, who do you receive delegation from?
I'm saying I received delegation from Carrie, the doctors, whoever's in the clinic.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying, it may sound confusing, but I do what they call dictating for the doctors. Like we may see 50 patients and the doctor would come back and tell me what needs to be done. And I put it in the computer and I send out results or I send out for tests or whatever like that. And the medical assistant would do what they call triage. When the doctor comes out, he gives me all of his orders or whatever that needs to be done verbally or by paper. And that's how it'll be done. And when he leaves on Wednesday, he doesn't come back until every other Wednesday. So he's not in the facility every day.
Doctor ever come back and review what's been done that day and sign off on it or anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he sign off in the patient chart or where does he sign off?
He signs off in the chart. When he gets through telling me whatever needs to be done, he go in and through, what do you call it when you talk through the microphone? And he closes his chart like that. I don't forgot what they call it. Yeah, and he dictates what needs to be done. So if I have any questions, I'll go back to the chart just in case I missed something that he pointed out, because we would see so many patients. I would have to go back through the chart the next day or the next day to make sure I followed up and did everything that needed to be done, because the doctor wouldn't be there anymore.
So are you saying that he signed off on all these prescriptions you called in for your son, or he
Signed off in the chart saying that, these were done, or if, I know it sounds confusing, but this is the best way I can break it down. So I don't know, because now it's confusing me because I'm doing what I was told and I'm doing it how I was taught to do.
I think just for some clarification,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
what Ms. Walker's asking and what I asked earlier about your charting in the chart. So what you're telling us now is that the doctor signed off on it, but
The
when I asked
patient, sometimes the
previous-
patient didn't even come to the clinic when we have to call in prescriptions.
Give me just a moment. But when I asked earlier, you said you didn't put anything in the chart. So if you didn't put anything in the chart, what is he signing off?
If a patient called in for refills, the doctor didn't have to put anything in the charts, only when the patient came to the clinic for appointments. That's what I'm saying. Those are the charts that he signed off on. Like if you call in and say, Stacy, I need cholesterol medicine, you would talk to me, or I would get a request through the computer from the receptionist up front. And I would go in your chart in the computer and send a refill request to the pharmacy.
So there was no checks on what, and I know what you're talking about, because used to, there was a fax process for refills. So when that fax came through, whether it was something that was faxed over or sent to you via email from the front desk, there was nothing in place that physician signed off
No.
on those papers
No,
to
ma'am.
verify all of those orders.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Once I get the fax, they'll bring them back there. I'll go check the nurse's folder and it will be full of prescription refills. I will go through, I will pull the patient's chart and whatever medicine needed to be sent to the pharmacy. As long as they was patients and they came to the clinic like they were supposed to, I would put them in and I would send them and I would put this over there to be shredded. Then I would do the same thing. Those are called refill requests. Or if they called in and I was too busy to answer the phone, I would get a message through the system saying, Tom Jones needs Ambien. I'll go in Tom Jones' chart, and if it's in his chart, I would put a check and e-scribe it through the system. That's how it was done. And once I did all the prescription refill requests, that's what we would call them, if they came through the fax machine, we would get them from wherever because we have 6 clinics. Once I finished that with my patients, I would put them in the shred box. And the patient would go to the pharmacy and get their medicines.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Any follow-up from the parties?
Just a few clarifications, Your Honor, based off some of the questions from Mr. Culpepper, if I can.
I'm sorry, Ms. Culver. People ask you some follow-up questions.
That's fine.
Just to clarify, Ms. Culver, because I may be the only one, but I'm still a little confused. And I just want to make sure I understand what you said. Ms. Culpepper asked you a while ago, who were you taking delegation from? And you said, I think you referenced, if I heard right, even the receptionist when something came through. Is that correct?
It's not delegation, it's my job responsibility. It's when I say delegation, that was whatever that was in my job description when I signed on and said that I would be responsible for it. Carrie Mitchell gave me those job responsibilities and put check marks in the system where I had authorizations to go in and do them.
So I guess where I'm going with this is you're familiar with, you have a certain scope of practice that you have to practice within, right? As an LPN or any licensed nurse. if those duties that were assigned to you were outside of that scope of practice, were you doing?
I asked, I pointed it out. I brought it to their attention before.
So you're aware that you were practicing outside your scope?
I'm saying with other stuff, not just with these prescriptions. I'm saying with other stuff, practicing outside of my duties.
So you were aware that with these prescriptions and with other stuff, that you were doing stuff outside of what you should have been doing as an LPN?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, John.
Robert, do you have any, follow-up you want to provide? Okay. Nothing else from the parties, we can keep this hearing and begin with closing statements, starting with, Mr. Walker. I'm sorry, just, Ms. Cole, did you have any other witnesses you want to call? Do you rest?
I'm fine.
All right, so closing statements, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Culver has given testimony today that she was practicing outside her scope by writing these prescriptions, that she was also doing other things outside her scope, but she was brought them to their attention. She even signed a statement to the board admitting that what she did was wrong and unprofessional. I mean, I think these are clear violations of what she was charged with in the complaint. And based on what's been presented here today in the testimony, we would ask that the board panel consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Culver. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Culver, now's your opportunity to give your closing statement.
I don't have any.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2024-0180. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2024-0180.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Um, And at this time, I will announce the board's decisions. First, in case number 2024-0180, and then also on the ASPs. But first related to case number 2024-0180 related to, involving a licensee, Ms. Stacy Culver. The board's decision was unanimous for charges 1 and 2. The board found the licensee guilty of charges 1 and 2. For charges 3 and 4, the board found insufficient evidence to find the licensee guilty of charges 3 and 4. So the board found the licensee not guilty of charges 3 and 4. The penalty imposed is a restricted license for a minimum of 24 months. Some of the restrictions, I'm not gonna read them all, but some of them include the formal reprimand, fine, the single state license, the submission of quarterly reports, employee reports, indirect supervision. Those, yes. Then the licensee must get a chemical dependency evaluation. And depending on the board assessor's recommendations, other restrictions will also apply, and those would also be the licensee will be responsible for complying with those restrictions for the 24-month period or greater. And that's just going to depend on the assessor's recommendation related to those restrictions. But notwithstanding the outcome of the employee's the board assessor's recommendation, there are also other restrictions that will that the licensee must comply with over that 24-month period. You will receive this order within 30 days. It'll spell out everything. A big requirement is that you meet with the compliance officer here at the board and do that and ask any questions you may have about that final order. Any questions, also now, if you have any questions, please ask them. Okay. This concludes the board's decision. The announcement of the board's decision in that case. No questions? Come on, you guys.
Am I still on suspension?
Yes, because this order is not gonna be effective until is it 30 days after the executive director signs it. So 30 days after the executive director signs your order, that order is effective because you do have the right to appeal this order. Well, but because of that, that's why. So yeah, until you receive this order, and it becomes effective, then at that time you can be issued this restricted license subject to that compliance with all of this. But yes, am I correct, Deanne?
I guess just to clarify, she's currently suspended. So is there a chemical dependency evaluation on the front end before the restricted license is issued? Or is it that as soon as the executive director signs the final order, the restricted license is issued and she has to comply with those conditions for a period of time?
Yep.
Okay.
So as soon as she.
So when the final order is signed and Rebecca Martin's one of the compliance case managers, she'll explain everything to you on the way out. See any questions?
Did that make sense to you? No.
So you stay in a suspended status till there's an order that says otherwise. So when the order, not yet.
Okay.
When the order of the panel comes out and is signed by the executive director here, then that restriction will be lifted on the date that that's signed.
do nothing wrong.
No, on the date that that's signed, it'll be lifted and sent to you via certified mail. And you can start. As long as you're meeting the conditions. Of the restricted.
I just don't want to do nothing wrong.
So definitely they introduce you to the compliance. Thank you for that, Rebecca.
I'm not either. I'm like,
Then also I want to announce on the ASPs, I called up the case numbers and I'll do that now. I do it again and then, announce the board's decision. So, in case number 2022-0273, involving the licensee Jennifer Barnes, the board accepted the ASP. In case number 2022-0427, involving the licensee Ms. Stacy Thomas, the board accepted the ASP. In case number 2021-0874, involving the licensee Ms. Mary Beth Sheridan, the board accepted the ASP. In case number 2022-0455, involving the licensee Ms. Debbie Collins, the board accepted the ASP. In case number 2022-0645, involving the licensee Ms. La Curiana Yancey, license number R-917646, the board accepted the ASP. In case number 2019-0450, involving licensee Ms. Julie Leister, the board accepted the ASP. That concludes the announcement of the board's decisions. No. The next matter on the docket is case number 2023-0843, involving licensee Jack Chisum, license number R-900391. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel for this matter to state your names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Jamie Clanton, RN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee, Mr. Jack Chisum, present?
No, Your Honor.
Right, briefly, briefly, could you, describe the notice that was provided to Mr. Chisum of this hearing?
Your Honor, if it's permissible, the board would like to proceed with the hearing. We'll try to do an abbreviated version.
Okay, so, and during that presentation, you will discuss the notice provided to him?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, we request entry of exhibits B1 through B16, and we request they be placed under seal, protection of health information.
Right, the exhibits were admitted into today's record, under seal. So you may proceed with the board's case. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. The board calls Investigator Dwayne Jameson. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Clarence County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since March of '91.
In what position?
I worked as investigator, chief investigator, and currently director of criminal background check and investigation.
And is it part of your job duties to investigate complaints received about the board related to possible disciplinary actions with licensees of this board?
Yes,
And prior to this hearing today, did you review the evidence related to a case involving Jack Chisum?
yes.
And when was he first licensed as a nurse in Mississippi? Do you know? Please turn, well, let's do it this way. Please turn to Exhibit 3, page 5, and tell us when he was first licensed as a nurse.
Okay. He was first licensed on June 8, 2015.
And is he currently, what's his license number?
His license number is 900391.
And what license type does he have?
Registered nurse,
And what's the current status?
administratively inactive.
And if you would please turn to page 7, which is Exhibit V5, and identify that document, please.
B5 is the notice of hearing. The date on this letter is February 16th, 2024, indicating the hearing date of Wednesday, June 5th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you. And that's today's date.
Yes,
And is Mr. Chisholm present?
no.
Has this office heard anything from him requesting he be excused from attendance or requesting a continuance in this matter?
No.
And if you would, please turn to page 8 and identify that document.
Page 8 is a copy of the complaint.
And if you would just summarize the charges that are listed against him. You don't have to read them word for word, but
Okay, basically, the charges included misappropriation of medications, unprofessional conduct, example of practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substances, misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment, possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed.
and what additional facts are listed in the complaint to support those charges?
On or about August 8th, 2023, while employed as a nurse manager at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, the respondent was asked to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen that resulted as positive for benzodiazepines and opiates. And on or about October the 5th, the respondent admitted that he diverted Dilaudid for personal use and obtained the Dilaudid from wasted vials found in the Sharps disposal containers.
If you would, on page 9, what was the date that this complaint was filed?
16th of February, 2024.
If you turn to page 10 and identify that document, please.
This is an order suspending the license.
And is that why his license was listed as administrative inactive that we discussed previously?
Yes.
And if you would, please turn to page 11 and identify this document.
Page 11 is the green card signed, addressed to Jack Daniel Chisum.
And what address was that sent to?
1230 Old Highway 51, Pickens, Mississippi, 39146.
And it was signed for, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you would turn to the next page and identify that document, page 12.
Page 12 is tracking from the United States Postal Service showing that this mail was delivered.
And if you could go back for a second to page 3 and identify what's been marked as Exhibit B2.
Two is information from our licensure system, ThoughtSpan.
And who updates the mailing address that you see here for Mr. Chisum?
The licensee.
And per board rules, is it the duty of the licensee to update and maintain current addresses in the gateway?
Yes.
In this particular case, during the investigation or during the course of the investigation, could you tell us why UMC requested he submit to reasonable drug screen?
There was questionable behavior, and also it was noticed that he had several Sharps containers in his office with used vials in them.
And did he actually submit to that for cause screen that was requested?
Yes, he did.
Could you turn to page 14 and identify that document?
Page 14 is a copy of the drug screen collected on August 25th, 2023.
Could you tell us what the positive results were?
The positives were benzodiazepine, and the second positive was opiate, and both indicate high screen.
And if you would look at page 15, did Mr. Chisum request that this drug screen be recertified or relooked at, re-reviewed?
According to the report, yes.
And on what date was that done?
That they spoke with, or the date that it was
What, the date that it was certified, sorry.
9/1/2023.
And what was that result?
According to the narrative from the retest, it was positive for midazolam, metabolite, fentanyl. Yeah, midazolam and fentanyl.
And if you would turn to what has been marked as page 46 and 47 and identify that document, it's B15.
46 is the PMP.
For who?
PMP for Jack Daniel Chisum,
And what is the PMP?
prescription monitoring profile.
And does that show only controlled substances that have been prescribed to an individual in Mississippi?
Yes.
And if you would, could you tell us whether there's a prescription on there for fentanyl?
No,
Is there a prescription for Dilaudid?
no, there was no prescription for the law.
And did an investigator at the board speak to Mr. Chisum about this incident?
Yes.
Okay. And let's turn to pages 40 and 41. Sorry, 43. 42 and 43, exhibit B13. And what investigator spoke with Mr. Chisum?
Miss Oshina Jones.
And where is she today?
Miss Jones, recently retired.
And looking in 43, could you tell us what this document is?
On page 43 is a handwritten statement, signed by Jack Daniel Chisum.
Was it also signed by Investigator Jones at the time?
Yes, Miss Jones signed as a witness
And on what date?
on October 5th, 2023.
And what does Mr. Chisum put in this document?
Mr. Chisum, states that he admits that he diverted Dilaudid for personal use, while not at work. And he also further states that he had never cared for the patients while he was impaired. He further states that he obtained the Dilaudid from wasted vials in the sharps containers, saying he was using the medication only to help him sleep at night. And the last statement he makes is that he recently obtained Suboxone to be able to stop the opioids for sleep purposes.
So Mr. Chisum admitted to diversion of Dilaudid while he was employed at UMC.
Yes, he did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions from the hearing panel for Mr. Jameson?
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor. We rest, and I would waive closing as well.
All right, thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-0843. We can call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2018-0761, involving the licensee, Ms. Raquel Mitchell, license number R-906129.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I am Kristen Love, and I am the designated hearing officer for this matter. Will the members of the hearing panel for this matter state your name for the record?
Janelle Moody, RN. Jane Clinton, RN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Deanne Salzman.
Is the licensee, Ms. Mitchell, present?
No, Your Honor.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We would move to introduce exhibits B1 through B11 into evidence, and also would request that we be allowed to seal those records to protect health information. We would also be allowed, if those exhibits are admitted into evidence, to request permission to rest on the file. Mrs. Mitchell, was sent a notice of hearing, noticing her originally in April. That was returned. It was sent to the address that she has on file. As can be seen in proposed exhibit B2. That was returned to the board, and then subsequently, as you can see, proposed exhibit B5, page 10. Publication was made in the Seacoast Echo on the dates of May 2nd, May 9th, and May 16th. Noticing her to be present to appear before the Board of Nursing on June 5th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. This office has heard nothing from the respondent requesting this matter be continued or requesting that she be excused from attendance today. And she has been served via publication after failed attempt at certified mail to the last address that she has listed on file in the gateway.
Thank you. With your case.
Your Honor, I would just request admission of exhibits B1 through B11 and request those be sealed And I would rest on those if they are indeed admitted.
Thank you. All right, the exhibits are admitted under seal. I would that the board council wants to rest. This concludes the hearing in case number 2018-0761. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case numbers 2023-0843 and 2018-0761.
Make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on these cases.
Make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decisions in these matters. You have fun. We are back on the record and I will announce the board's decisions in case number 2023-0843 involving the licensee, Mr. Jack Chisum. The board unanimously finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is revocation. In case number 2018-0761 involving the licensee, Ms. Rachel Mitchell, license number R-906129. The board unanimously finds the licensee guilty as charged, and the penalty imposed is revocation. This concludes the board's announcements, the announcement of the board's decisions in those matters. Anybody else?